Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge Global Finals 2018 as we are about to get into the thick of things for day number 2 and get our proper matches going to figure out who's going to become world champion here at the Global Finals. Joining me as always, Powerbank and 7 World Gaming. Gentlemen, we're getting back onto Erangel. We saw some great action on Sandhawk, but we're getting back onto Erangel.
We are back onto Erangel. I'm really curious to see. We saw a much higher level of performance from the NA squads just now on Sandhawk, and I'm wondering if that was a map thing, if it was a luck thing, if it was increased focus thing, or exactly if it was an FPP thing.
It is definitely an FPP thing because, as we know, North America just loves first-person perspective, and they're not just used to playing so much TPP. So I'm looking forward to see how they come out on the first game, right? Because that was an exhibition match, and they were able to go ahead and warm up. I want to actually see how Wildcard does because Hot Jukes is gonna go ahead and bring that momentum that we know him for, and I want to see if maybe his teammates will go ahead and feed off that as well.
Just like yesterday, we saw GT Doyu do very well in the preliminary, right? The exhibition match, getting that second place. I mean, maybe that momentum carries forward into the actual rounds here. Illuminate doing very well yesterday as well, placing in the top 6. Yeah. And maybe they got off on the right foot. We'll see if that happens today for the NA squads.
Talk to me about the differences in TPP to FPP when it comes to something like Erangel.
Erangel's a map full of a lot of compounds, and you see those being camped out a lot. People getting those positions, establishing themselves, and once you're there, if you're in the zone, you do not have to move. And what you're going to see is instead of people peeking windows and hiding out on balconies where they're visible, you're going to see compounds that look like a ghost town. You're not going to see people, but from the inside, they can see you by virtue of a camera that's floating behind them rather than seeking out of their eyeballs.
Definitely, and with FPP, if you want to actually go ahead and engage, you're going to have to push the action. You're not going to be able to see that third-person advantage. You actually need to go ahead and check yourself, go into that room and find out is I'm going to be waiting there, pretty much just aiming down and letting it spray like how it happened yesterday pretty much to Hot Jukes. We might even see more of that today.
Indeed. It's going to be really interesting to see how today develops. We've got FPP for the first time this tournament. It will be all day long today for all 4 of our competitive matches. We'll see how that turns the scales in the scale of the whole rankings. We'll see if the Asian teams, if that's their cup of tea or not.
Right, and that's actually a good thing that you bring up because from our perspective and what we usually expect when it comes to, say, PUBG Mobile, even PUBG on PC, is that a lot of Western teams prefer FPP, whereas a lot of Asian teams prefer the TPP. So maybe that can be the divider here, but we don't know yet. That's what we're here to see today, right?
Indeed it is. If that is indeed the case, well, 2 days of TPP, the teams that are preferring FPP really need to come out today and make a huge statement, getting those rankings and getting those kills, because if we go back to TPP tomorrow, and that is indeed what the Asian teams prefer, they've got a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, if they don't take advantage of that, it is going to be a bad third day.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look at our teams, of course. A few more of the teams coming into the World Championship to try and crown themselves champion.
우리나라 대표에서 온 거니까 가는 데까지 가보고 목표는 뭐 그냥 간단하게 우승입니다. 게임하면 한국, 배틀그라운드 하면 한국 아니겠습니까? 열심히 해서 1등 하겠습니다. 화이팅! 코리안 위너 치킨 디너 얌얌얌!
Ready for Dubai. Check us out play.
Minimum expectations is first place for our team. You know, we're not expecting second or third or fourth. It's just first.
Let's go.
Note9.
ก็ครอบครัวเขาบอกว่าให้เต็มที่ครับขอให้เราเต็มที่กับการแข่งครั้งนี้
ก็จะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับอย่างที่ครอบครัวได้ฝากเอาไว้ครับ
ก็ฝากถึงแฟนๆทุกคนนะครับไม่ว่าเป็นแฟนโรสหรือRQอะไรนะครับฝากเชียร์ด้วยครับมาแข่งครั้งนี้มาในนามทีมชาติไทยด้วยส่วนหนึ่งก็อยากให้ฝากติดตามเชียร์ทีมชาติไทยทั้ง3 ทีมด้วยครับ จะเอาแชมป์โลกไปให้คนไทยทุกคนแน่นอนเป้าหมายของทีมผมก็คือเป็นแชมป์โลกครับ
Number one.
كونها بطولة عالمية ومستويات صعبة، احنا نطمح نكون من أول ثلاثة كون نمثل السعودية، ونتمنى نحصل أول ثلاثة باللعبة نفسها.
مثل ما قلت بالأول حابين نرحب جميع المشاركين بالبطولة، وحنا شعب مضياف كل شيء، لكن بالبطولة ما راح نكون متساهلين وراح نوريهم الوجه الثاني، ونتمنى أننا نتفوق بالبطولة وإن شاء الله أن نجيب مركز طيب.
Always great to hear from some of our teams here for the World Championship and the Global Finals. And overall, let's talk about Erangel a bit more here going into this FPP mode. Because again, Erangel is the map and the mode and the battleground even, I should say, that everyone is most familiar with. It's the map that's been around for the longest. Everyone knows every nook, every crevice, every cranny. And when it comes to FPP, that's vital in terms of team management.
It really is. What we saw yesterday was a lot of teams start to gain comfort as the matches progressed on. We saw drop spots being targeted by certain teams. LH2U going to Note9 every single game. You saw Erangel here on the screen. We've got Battleground of 8km by 8km, which is double the size of Sanhok.
And there we actually get to see Waterfront. And actually, one of the things I want to go ahead and point out, as you mentioned, they do start getting a little bit more comfortable with they know everywhere to go, right? And we even saw some players just pretty much being a little bit munchkins, scrolling around under the bridge and just shooting people. So
that was from GT Doyu. I remember that. He was crashing under the bridge. Really impressive stuff here. Pachinki, though, one of the popular drop spots in the middle of the map, along with School. Both of these centrally located, and they're very easy to access here. School has Rosehook and apartments right next to them, so very easy to go loot up in these locations. And we saw Rosehook have a lot of drop spots.
Yeah, it's pretty much a valid hot drop, I would say, and another hot drop that if you can actually go ahead and control this area, military base, you are more than likely gonna go ahead and just come out with so much loot that you're not gonna have to worry throughout the game.
Military base, a very strong place to go, but at the same time, a lot of choke points there on the southern island. You got each bridge could be a little bit dangerous trying to travel north to get into the safe zone.
All right, gentlemen. Well, it is time to get the tournament ready for day number 2. It's going to be game 5 here as all of these teams look to rack up points. We're going to Erangel. It's going to be first-person mode. PB7, take it away.
Excited to do so. This is going to be lit. That's what I'm talking about. We've got game 5 in store for you today. How's it going to be? Who's going to win? Who's going to place at the top of the ranks? That's all coming to you here shortly. But what I know is this is going to be in first-person perspective, which is an all-new look. And one of the things that we're going to be looking at right now is this plane flying into the arena, dropping us something special.
Yeah, it is going to go ahead and be dropping us a Samsung Galaxy Note 9. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you, I've been actually using it to take pictures with the audience. And the pictures are freaking solid, man. They are
fire.
So good.
Fire.
Oh, let's look at this plane path. Oh my goodness, PB, look at this plane path.
We talked a lot about the drop spots.
Better?
We talked a lot about the drop spots, and it was, BRK yesterday all day long going to Watertown. We'll see if that continues here. Today, BRK really kind of an interesting drop strategy, having one guy go to the garage and try to prevent some cars. But look at the plane path going right through the middle of the base, over military base, right by Note9, and then over Pachinki directly. So we could see some hot drops here. And then also you're going to see Gangstars probably hold on to head to their favorite North Georgia pool spot
And something that I'm looking for here is that more than likely Wildcard is going to try to go ahead and go like South George, which is something they're comfortable with. Are they going to be able to go ahead and bring that momentum from pretty much the exhibition match they wanted? Can they go ahead and just loot up as much as they can? And also, are they going to go ahead and try to go for those kills? Are they going to go for the placement? Or are they just going to say, you know what, let's go for both? And look at this, no surprise whatsoever. BRK landing in Venice, Watertown, or Atlantis, whatever you want to go ahead and call it. They make this their home. They are not going to go ahead and they just want to stay here.
It's flooded. If they just put a name on the map, we'd know what to call it. But we've got C9 here dropping out in the middle of nowhere, seemingly looking for vehicles here, or they're planning on looting up the shack for all of their wares. Carnage with the bunny suit here. Interesting choice. We got Illuminate running around in the desert as well. So here we go. We've got some fun stuff running around, and we're looking solid here for game number 1. Looks like Evos and Wildcard here doing their thing in the apartment compounds.
They are pretty much just trying to loot up as much as they can. I see there, Seaguy just with one of those shotguns. You definitely don't want to go ahead and be close to that man, because if not, he is going to go ahead and be destroying a lot of stuff. And Evos, the only thing that he can find is a pistol for the moment. He does have to watch out because Wildcard is very close by. Wildcard with Evos. It's going to be an interesting fight here if they do decide to engage this early on.
Indeed, you notice Cloud9 varied up their Yasnaya drop from yesterday, but teams like LH2U, they did indeed go to the same spot they went all day long yesterday, and that was Nova Noye. And now we see Sam here in the buggy, driving around, trying to get that split drop going on. They're going to hit up the shelter, it looks like.
Yeah, and something they more than likely want to go ahead and watch out is encountering, I forgot which player it was, but the player that pretty much squad wipe out on that exhibition match. You just don't want to go ahead and be there. But interesting here by them as they decide to just go ahead and go underground and loot up.
That's
I
right.
actually haven't seen that one in a while.
That was Evo's captain, Ernie, a little bit earlier doing some magical things on Sandhawk. He'll try to repeat that here today on Erangel. And Bull Shark, again, one of the standouts from Evo's. They're going to be in South George doing some serious looting right now.
It is the DP28, something we saw yesterday a lot, and also Seagut having that comfortable AKM. I seen some clips of him. He was able to, I believe he was able to destroy Athena, one of the players then from South Korea. Great player, but Seagut coming out on top there. And as we can see, great rotations here as pretty much they decide to go ahead and start moving away from Evos, and they don't want to engage that early.
Indeed, we got GT Doyu doing some looting themselves again in North Georgia Pole here. Interesting position. We don't see Gangstars on the map currently, so maybe they went somewhere else. Some teams try to, drop some surprises and mix it up a little bit. Some of the common drop spots have been varied up a little bit, but we also have some teams dropping where they are comfortable.
Something I do want to go ahead and point out is that LH2U and CPT, LH2U pretty much is in Noble, and CPT is the military, and nobody is challenging them, meaning that more than likely people are just gonna go ahead and be able to loot up as long as they can, stay there as long as they want, and pretty much just wait for the right moment and then start pushing the action whenever they want.
That's right. We got total rank overall. RRQ Athena sitting in the top spot by 140 points right now. We got LH2U in second place on the back of 54 kills. Crazy performance from them so far. And CPT with their own bundle of kills sitting in third spot. And again, the Asian teams dominate the top 6, and then we start seeing some others trickle in down in the top 7 through 10.
Asian teams definitely showing them how it's done, and look at the Gangstars as we know them there. Pretty much, what gun is that? By the way, I love that backpack and I love that helmet. We've been seeing it a lot. I'm definitely, once I get back home, more than likely, I'm going to go ahead and get into PUBG Mobile and try to get me one of those. As we see KWCD here starting to get some shots on that team wildcard, just saying, you know what, once again, too early to go ahead and engage. Let's just go ahead and move around. Let's go ahead and start rotating to the safe zone.
Well, Wildcard already knows where everybody is, and in their area, rather. They decide to rotate around, and they're going to pick up some buildings here in their rotation south.
The UMP, we actually saw some work there early from Sandhog, and my goodness.
That thing was a laser beam from a long way away, but that's what you can expect from a submachine gun. Those guns are typically known for having very little recoil, but the disadvantage that you have with those guns is they're 9mm rounds, and they do far less damage over range, so he's got to land a lot more shots. Even though there's very little recoil, he'll land a lot more shots to get those knocks.
Yeah, but if you are able to go ahead and get somebody in a compound and they don't really have the equipment, you're going to be able to just go ahead and destroy them. Sometimes you might even be able to shoot people with the M4 up close and personal.
Check it out. CPT down on the bottom of the side of the map here. We've got one player already scouting the bridge, leaving his squad behind. Very, very smart there to make sure that the coast is clear for their eventual rotation. Good stuff from CPT down south as they clear out the military base of loot.
Yeah, that's something we have seen a lot there from the Asian teams. The knowledge and awareness that they have, they want to go ahead and make sure that they're one step ahead of everybody, right? They're always moving at least just one player forward, letting them know. Being a scout pretty much is what it is. One player just going up ahead by himself, figuring out, hey, where's all the teams at? Where are you getting shot from? We'll come back and back you up once they think you are alone.
Indeed, it's like they seem to know to rotate early, to scout it out, to basically make sure the coast is clear so your team doesn't run into that eventual problem. We talked about the potential bridge camps here. You can see the crate coming down here for Team Terra, and it's going to have a sweet little AWM in it. So they're going to go up and grab that here at the South George crates, and we are looking strong right now for the Indian team.
That's definitely one of those. Oh, that's going to be interesting. He needs some help from his teammate. Bad luck there for the Indian team. baby.
You're gonna need some grenades, boys. Let's go get some frags and try to throw it at that crate. Maybe we can knock it off the top there, but that's an unfortunate drop spot for that call-in.
That is a hell of a tease there by him saying, hey, you know you want this AWM, you can't get it yet. Go find a grenade and blow me out of this top.
Oh, that is unfortunate. So they're going to go hunt for some frags there because those are game-changing guns that are in that crate. That is good stuff here, but that's kind of how the tournament has gone for them thus far. Let's hope that they can get that loot. We will see. But again, the more time that they fiddle around trying to get into that crate, the more time it's going to cost them looting and in rotation. So this actually could be a huge detriment to the Indian squad, Team Terror.
Yeah, and it pretty much comes down to how bad do you really want to go ahead and get that crate, right? Is it worth the risk? Because the team is going to go ahead and start seeing that smoke north of George Bull, and they might start going to rotating. And look at this, as we're saying that, Evos is now starting to get pushed there by, actually, the Team Terror is starting to get pushed there by Evo, so it might not have been so great to go ahead and try to get that, as is now being pretty much a hit
Bull
marker.
Shark with a DP from range, taking him down, and there it is, the mini firing in from Torpedo, holding down JZ inside of the warehouses there, but Evo's not shying away from the fight at all. They know people are here. They see that crate saying, hi, come loot me. And yeah, they're thinking that they might do just that. They are carrying a lot of frag grenades so far this tournament. Maybe they've got what it takes to get that thing off the top of that.
Pretty much saying,
that box.
namaste and bye, because you're not going to be able to get
Look
it.
at the push here, though. They are not scared at all, dropping smokes to get out, and they are on the offensive. Here they come. This is
Evos.
something that Team Terror has been used to so far this tournament, is being on the defensive. So,
and I actually want to go ahead and see how Team Terror handles this, because we saw him being super passive, and Evos, as we know them, they're a very aggressive, and I mean super aggressive team. So I want to go ahead and see how they handle this. Evos just starting to throw from every single angle.
Great
Team
grenade.
Terror, Sakria there gets a little bit hit by that grenade. He's more than likely going to go ahead and try to heal up. He jumps out, the Madman being a little bit aggressive, but sadly for him, he didn't have enough health. He almost took out Evo turning, and that's something I love to see there from the Team India.
That was a good attempt by him, but unfortunately he left the ground, was in midair, and you can't really fire accurately when in midair, so he was able to get knocked, and it looks like Amit is going to take off.
Look how this has played, PB. They actually pretty much switched spots. Team India, even though they lost some players, they are going to go ahead and steal the card that Evo's got there with. How have the tables turned,
That's
ladies
right.
and gentlemen?
He's got to stay alive, though. Amit does not want Terror to head out in last place for the game one here in FPP. We shift our attention to C9. We've got Rolex and Kodo driving around. These guys have been split dropping quite a bit, so that's been their strategy so far. Rather than take on the strong LHW team down in Novo, which is their popular drop spot, they are choosing to split drop and loot up 2v2. Yesterday, they were able to get a 2v4 squad wipe against Korea Winter Chicken Dinner, so it paid off for them.
They're wearing. It's something that I like seeing, even for players, no matter when it is, whether at the beginning of the day or at the end of the day, it's something that you want to go ahead and see, because they get momentum out of that. They want to go ahead and start pushing more action. It gives them a little bit more confidence.
One thing I'm seeing right now that's a little bit different on the map is Gangstar is rotating extremely early, going very, very central in the circle, and that is something that's different from yesterday. They edged in for the most part yesterday. It did not pay off for them, altering their strategy already early today, getting that position. We'll see how that works for them moving forward. Okay, taking our attention, though, to BRK now, looting up, and Fusi, this is the same compound they got caught at yesterday, by C9, and they were able to fight out of it pretty well.
It is, and the rotations are pretty much starting to be around the same right now. We got RRQ Carnage over here being smart. I see those tires get shot from that UAC, and now they're going to Carnage is pretty much going to go ahead and back up, try to get a different angle. If not, watch his back, because it is only Carnage and Rolex here, as we do have Kodo there, and Sam starting to push up with them, and just give him a little bit of backup.
They have grouped up now. C9 is a full force going up against RRQ here. Interesting spot for a fight early in the Pachinki Hills south of the city, and they are content to lob shots at each other. I wonder if even if they get a knock here, will they be able to advance and to capitalize on it, or are they just going to weaken each other's armor?
And it seems like they're just going to intentionally. I think from these teams, especially from the North American teams, they might be a little bit scared there. They don't want to go and get their party. And you do have to worry about that, right? Because we saw that happen a lot yesterday.
Are we seeing a 6 times AK spray from 200 meters? I think that's what we're seeing.
We are. Yeah, that's, I mean, that's not going to happen, but best of luck to you. That, man, I mean, if you can get somebody from here, I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to tell them, hey, don't come anywhere near us, okay? We are madmen. That could be what's going on there by Carnage.
I mean, it's sending a message. It's putting out some pressure, and it looks like Isong here trying to save the Jeep a little bit. Carnage putting out pressure, some suppressing fire, but those shots ultimately not going to land. We've got a potential engagement here between Gangstars and GT Doyu. this is a really interesting position for both of them as well.
GTW definitely coming a little bit there from the south on GameStars. GameStars more than likely hasn't even noticed them, and GTW is trying to use that to their advantage. GameStars definitely has to watch out. As you mentioned, they are starting to rotate a little bit early, something you like seeing, but I want to go ahead and see if they continue to do that. But also, you got to be careful because you don't want to go ahead and get flanked as GTW here might be doing.
Team Japan way up north still, in Zarki looting up right now out in the blue, and they're content to just try to outlast. A meet from Team Terror did make it out, so you can still see 20 teams on the board, even though 3 of their members have been killed off.
You're probably on that picnic area, just waiting patiently up in Zarki.
Listening to some music.
Something special there for PUBG Mobile. If you haven't downloaded, go ahead and do so. It is free. Go ahead and check it out. And GT actually says, you know what? I don't think we want to go ahead and push this yet. We're going to go ahead and wait a little bit. But this madman, GT Quixie, does have level 3 everything. Level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, and level 3 backpack. So one of those gunfights that you might want to go ahead and say, do I want to go ahead and lose that this early, or do I want to go ahead and save it to the end of the match?
That's right, GTW content to rotate right now, try to grab some better position. They grab the hill, take the berm over here, and BRK well within range here. This is a bad spot for GTW, not a good spot to stop for them at all. They do some changing of cars, grab another one, and they're out. They really put themselves at risk there. If BRK would have been quicker to snap to them, that could have been a really problematic spot there for the team from China.
And something that I'm starting to see a lot of engagements here between cars, pretty much vehicles and players, is that players are now, instead of trying to get the people inside the car, they are going for the tires, which is actually very smart, right? You could always have maybe like one player shoot the tires and the other 3 shooting the people inside, or vice versa, because if you take out those tires, they're not going to be going anywhere. They're pretty much going to be sitting ducks in the middle of wherever they currently are.
Yeah, you can find them out in the middle of a field in a real bad spot. You can see GT Ed here trying to move his car around. They're going to be running into RRQ here shortly, it looks like. We've got an engagement. Look at this, open field, G9 approaching. Wow, he's going to right on top of there it is. Taking down the captain from...
Almost takes him out. I believe he was able to go ahead and lay down there. RRQ Senior gets taken out there by GT Akan. GT Akan now, RRQ starting to back up a little bit more, as they do have to worry. They do not want to go ahead and get their part here. The question is now GTW going to go ahead and push, as now RRQ is going to also have to worry about Evos maybe coming up behind them.
That's right. Chioshi goes down for GTW. We also have Senior down from RRQ, so trading knocks so far. Lobbing grenades back and forth, smokes out to cover. Each team is going to try to patch themselves up and regroup here for another fight. We've also got squads all around. You've got BRK, you've got Evos. This is a really interesting position. We've also got Big Russian bot approaching here as well. So a lot of open field action right now. Not the greatest of positions, but these teams hoping to use the terrain. You can see that slight slope there in front of the RRQ squad that is protecting GTW.
And that's one of those teams. Big Russian bot is one of those teams that I'm looking forward to today.
Look at this
see what they're able to do. Ooh, all right. KWCD here trying to push the action. Oh my gosh. This is going to be just absolutely insane. KWCD being able to go ahead and get a kill there. The first kill of the game for them. But they have to watch out because one of their players is very low in health. And you do not want to lose any players at this stage of the game.
This is a lot of teams at this compound. At least 3 squads here, possibly a 4th. But I believe it was Ernie got knocked out and finished. No, Ernie's still alive on the top. It was JC that got knocked. But yeah, unfortunate for Evos, they do lose a member here. He is the second team to lose a member besides Team Terror from India.
An interesting place here by them, as Evo just says, you know what, we're seeing this a lot now. Evo says, we're not going to go ahead and engage. We already lost 1 player. You know what, let's just back up a little bit more. Let's rethink this. Let's reposition. And then we'll go ahead and challenge you guys there towards the end of the game.
We're seeing a little bit of a difference in strategy from yesterday. As you guys noticed, the zone is kind of collapsing on these buildings right here. And this is a battle for position. That's why these teams are willing to duke it out, willing to take the warehouse and the house there that are adjacent to each other, and just kind of content to hang out for a little bit, buy some time, see where the zone's going to go. If the zone goes elsewhere, they have an opportunity to disengage and retreat and actually go to zone to get in there. But this is kind of a challenge earlier situation where they're trying to get that dominant position earlier on like the Chinese teams did yesterday.
It is, and if you're in those warehouses, you kind of have to be careful, right? Because you only have 2 points of entry instead of the house. You can actually enter from maybe the windows or anything like that. So it can be easier to defend, but also if they start raining grenades like they are about to go ahead and start doing, you definitely have to be careful. You don't want to go ahead and get caught. They might go ahead and bounce one of those grenades from the door, and it might just get you unexpected.
Yeah, he connects. He drops June to half health there. June's going to patch himself up.
So one of the things we were mentioning there in GTW, now starting to see those steady shots. Ladies and gentlemen, GTW telling them, hey, we see you. You might want to go ahead and stay there a little bit longer.
So Korea Winter Chicken Dinner knows that they had Evo's kind of lead, but they don't know how far they left. So they could have, people on all sides of them right now. They know GT looking at the doorway here. They have to stay hidden. Grenades pouring into this warehouse from the house right now. And C9, it looks like, is taking on Full Send, and they are squad wiping them currently. So 3 members, I believe, knocked from Full Send, and it's looking like they could be in some trouble over there.
Good stuff there by C9 as they were able to go ahead and clear them up. And look at this, GTW now starting to push up. Sixcott gets caught a little bit in the open. He decides to run away and get behind a tree. You don't want to die here. You don't want to get caught, especially in that area right there where he had no cover. More than likely, his teammates would have just smoked out that area if he went down. But KWCD being super comfortable here on this warehouse. That's something you don't usually see from different teams. And check out this new zone. Ooh, Pochinki, baby.
That's really going to favor C9. They're already in position right now, holding those hills very, very early on. They do want to try to finish off exclusive from Full Send before they go, but at the same time, in really solid position there for the NA squad.
And something that I actually noticed there was Wildcard was already in vehicles and started to rotate to pretty much the safe area. Early rotations that we're starting to see. Yes.
Right now, the city is open. Nobody in Pochinki. We've got C9 on the hills. This could be really, really interesting. Zuxi here from BTR looking at the warehouse. Korea Winter Chicken Dinner over there occupying it. This is tough.
BRK versus RRQ here. Somebody gets taken down there. Boozy from BRK and GameStars actually being able to go and explode from BRK and getting some kills for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, BRK is eliminated
Can we get some rips in the chat for BRK? Those crates in the field look awfully lonely out there. That's an unfortunate way to go out. BRK catching a lot of bullets, both from RRQ and GameStars, as RRQ was ultimately the ones that made it to safety. Or did they? Heading up the hill right now. Gang Angry pouring in the shots. They are landing.
Angry pretty much making sure they get that vehicle
so
down.
close.
One more shot and one of those players
what
would have gotten
HP.
knocked down. Even that car smoking a little bit longer. And
Holy
GameStars
cow.
might have been able to get there that squad wipe from the explosion.
D2E and Isong both with very, very little HP. The car about to explode. These guys are going to stop just out of range and patch themselves up. Unbelievable stuff there from GameStars, both taking out BRK and then putting some serious pressure on our current leaders.
Yeah, and it looks like pretty much that RRQ is going to go ahead and start rotating a little bit towards the west there, towards that compound southwest of Pochinki. And look at this, LHW getting in and starting to go in and actually they kill Ernie. Ernie is out of the game there for Evos, one of the great players that we saw yesterday, being able to go in and squad wipe people left and right by himself.
That was a little bit unfortunate, but LHW has rotated out of their drop spot of Novo.
Now, if you're wondering what that scarecrow's there, it's because somebody earlier died right there and more than likely died to an AKM.
That's Jay-Z's Scarecrow.
Oh my gosh. GTW just waiting patiently, actually getting somebody there from KWCD.
Oh, there they
have
go.
to watch out. They want to go ahead and maybe get away from that BTR. Just saying, you know what? I think it's time. Let's just go ahead and get out of here. We don't really want to go ahead and do this yet.
This is an interesting spot to be. Leaper's trying to get across the field, still have GTW up on the hill, raining shots down, and then BTR is contentious to get the heck out of there. We also have the CPT team that looted up a military base. They have entered the fray, firing some great shots there with the SKS at range, but unfortunately it doesn't pay off. Hero coming in, can't risk getting some great shots down and knocking the player from CPT.
Hero being able to actually finish that player from CPT, that is going to be huge as hand. She says, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and move out from that area. Maybe being on top of that hill is not best right now, especially because you can get third party from all over the place. And Big Russian bot just waiting patiently here, raining shots on different players left and right.
Bigatron Fanatic going up the hill, gets
Ooh.
knocked out of it. Very nice job by Appa here, taking him down. He's going to try to go for the finish. He is crawling away at the moment. Looks like he is a little bit out of sight, but no, he does see him. This is look at those shots. Beautiful accuracy here.
Steady shots there
Appa
by
getting the finish. That was huge. Good range on that. It's a very nice kill.
You want to go in and see that, and we saw that a lot yesterday, PB. People finishing kills. They didn't even want to go ahead and bait their teammates out there, saying, you know what, if I get you knocked down, I am going to go ahead and try to finish you off as soon as I can, because we notice a lot of teams getting a lot of kills. And look at this right here. Full Send now being pretty much pushed by KWCD. Is Full Send going to be able to hold him back? There you go, ladies and gentlemen. KWCD taking out their Full Send. He's going to go ahead and try to push a little bit more. He finds somebody in the corner.
Ollie Pocket goes down.
June.
Wow. Nice work there from Korea Winter Chicken Dinner. Exclusive did a great effort there, getting a couple of knocks, but unfortunately it was not enough. June sneaks in, finishes off Ali Pocket to finish the squad there. Very nice job from them.
2 players left there from KWCD as we see the reaction there by Full Send, one of the favorite voted teams in to the tournament, actually.
That's right.
But bad luck there by them, and I believe they were in 20th place. More than likely, we're going to go ahead and start seeing a lot more action there in the upcoming games from them. And GTW keeping their eyesight on CPT. Are they going to go ahead and take the shots? I think they're just going to go ahead and wait patiently there. As they turn around, they see Wildcard coming up behind them.
On the ropes,
Wildcard has to watch out.
Gets snuck up on Outsider, pushes him, knocks out 6 God. Return fire though from Ed, gets Lucifer. Akan takes out Outsider. And oh my gosh, look at this third-party action. CPT 17 taking out one of the GTW guys. So GTW has a couple of players getting knocked from behind as well, helping out Wildcard here in this situation.
I believe they traded there. 2 players down from Wildcard, 2 players down from GTW. GTW has to worry about CPT as well.
Nice shot from Hot Jukes.
Hot Jukes being able to go ahead and finish some people off there. They also have to watch it because a lot of people were laying down. As we see Illuminate now starting to come up. This is going to be wild, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all this
they're in trouble.
There is just 1 player left. 1 car has already exploded. We see GTW
2 guys up.
just
2 guys up for
patiently.
GTW. We got one that just healed up. Looks like C9 and Hero going at it as well. Kinris, Hero. Oh my goodness, Carnage is down. 3 people down, all up to Rolex here. Can he deliver?
Rolex,
Hero behind the hill.
Hero pretty much playing the Hot Jukes there. He is able to go ahead and connect some shots with Rolex.
Rolex
backs
has nowhere
up.
to go.
Is he going to go ahead and try to pick up Carnage, or is he going to go ahead and get pushed by Hero? Rolex just waiting patiently.
He's got to reload there, get that M4 back in play.
Right there.
And look at this, LHW smells blood. They hear the shots incoming. We've got fire on the ground. Rolex so far untouched, but look at this, Hero getting third party here. LHW not in trouble. Oh no, this is chaos.
Chaos
LCD.
Indeed, and Rolex just pretty much playing it patiently here as he's throwing smokes. He doesn't want to get caught by this. Hero needs to watch out. They need to be careful because LHW is up on the hill. They realize that, and they're saying, you know what, we got plenty of kills right there. Let's go ahead and back up. Let's
Smart
let
play.
LHW worry about C9 Rolex as he is the only one left for Cloud9.
I don't think they know he's there. Hero is going to take off, and LHW has their attention completely focused right now on Hero, driving away from the scene. Rolex has smoked himself out. We'll see if he's able to use that to his advantage, but LHW has come in and has said, this is our turf. You guys need to leave.
If Rolex was to push out there, he might have been able to get some kills as LHW is pretty much waiting patiently. We see Rolex just waiting inside the shack.
They do not have any idea.
He is surrounded by LHW players, but they have no clue that he's there. I wonder if he's going to try to go ahead and throw another smoke or
if
just
he throws
stay there.
another smoke, they'll know he's there because right now they have no clue. Oh. Look at this. They are all over, swarming the hill. But again, Rolex has not moved.
It could be super tricky. I think he might be trying to get full health there by our birthday boy, Rolex.
Hero was met with a nice, solid They got knocked as soon as they moved there.
And I also saw their Seagut go down as well. We got Curly, big Russian bot going up against Wildcard. Wildcard gets taken out there by big Russian bot. Torty moving up. He almost is able to go and get somebody now. Look at this, Lucifer going back and forth. Lucifer pretty much just needs to turn around, get some shots in them, and he's gonna go in and try to do just that. He knocks him down.
Lucifer coming in the clutch. 2 kills there from him.
Lucifer!
And he's chasing him down.
No!
Oh, Gangstars with the third party from the building next door. Huge from Lucifer, gets the squad wipe, and Gangstar says, yo, what's up? We're already here. This is our territory, and they knock out Wildcard.
Some North America pretty much stabbing there as they just came up and cleaned him up. But to their advantage, Wildcard was able to go ahead and finish up those kills. So that is huge for them, even though they do finish in 15th place.
That was clutch indeed. They were able to move up in rank, and every point's going to count right now. And they did rack up some kills, so that did help them out quite a bit. But Gangstars, their fellow North American team did them no favors, and we've got LHW Zen getting knocked here as well.
And LHW now going up against BTR. Is he going to go ahead and try to pick up his teammate, or is he just going to go ahead and wait patiently? LHW Ace trying to find an angle on this team, trying to figure out where everybody is coming from, as he doesn't know where they are. He might be able to see it if he goes a little bit over the edge and just sees that cloud of smoke, PB.
Wow, looking strong here position-wise from LHW, but we also have grenades. Look at that, they have landed. Canes goes down from Bigatron here. That's Indonesia's team, and more grenades being thrown in. That's one thing that is different by far from some of the other metas that we've seen is how many frag grenades these teams have.
Indeed, as we see more players there from LHW going down, and LHWA says, you know what, stop killing my teammates, let me go ahead and get you instead. And now they're just trying to pretty much backtrack towards the safe zone. And something I want to go ahead and point out, did Rolex get taken out, or was he able to escape?
I do not know. It looks like he may have gone down here. LHW still on the hillside and trying to get to the zone. Unfortunately, they're going to have to leave behind some players. Zone giving them some serious problems at this point.
As we see Illuminate getting some kills there on the Japanese team. GT getting Galaxy as well. People dying to the play zone left and right, ladies and gentlemen. Keep in mind there is 11 teams left. RRQ getting some shots here on Illuminate. Two strong teams that we saw yesterday. And Evo's here pretty much using that smoke to their advantage, trying to get as low as possible as a Munchkin, not getting shot. Pretty much those bullets were passing right by their head.
That was really, really good accuracy there from G9. He was right on target with most of those, tracking those individuals in the smoke. Unfortunately, couldn't land enough to get the finish there, but Charisma now going down. GG Sala going down. This is trouble.
This is RRQ against CPT. CPT hand says, you know what, let me go ahead and hop out of the car and look at those shots right there.
That.
Right through that tiny window, RRQ G9 just saying, no, don't peek. Don't even give me a chance to shoot you because I will. And you know what, if there's a team behind me, I'm going to go ahead and turn around and start shooting you at you as well.
I love how he spreads those bullets around. He keeps multiple people pinned, hitting, oh, look at that, in the window. Zen gets popped there. He's able to kneel and heal, get that first aid off.
Against KWC, trying to figure out where that team is at. Can he go ahead and push through the window? He's going to go ahead and do just that. He finishes one off, and that is going to be it, except June is just waiting outside by the car. He doesn't realize that they're already inside the house, and they're going to go ahead and come out from the left-hand side. He has to be careful there. He does throw that smoke, and he starts, you know what, start backing up a little bit so he can maybe find an escape route.
He's in a good position to catch somebody off guard, but only one person. As soon as he fires, they'll know he's there, and he's trying to make his way out of there, trying to preserve that 8th or better rank. It looks like he's trying to keep himself alive. It looks like Gangstar's now moving out of their compound, getting ready to face Evos here.
And Evos has to watch out because Gangstar's is coming in hot. They had some great last 2 games yesterday, and I'm loving this by them. They're starting to get into the cars. They take out GT Pyra. Great plays there, Pyra.
UMP. Holy cow, he's been rocking that thing all day long, and it's been absolutely lethal for him. Han goes down to the grenade from GT Doyu. Akon, really nice grenades from him all day long.
Gangstar's waiting patiently, and it's paying off as we see somebody there behind the LHW. They have to be careful. Illuminate is gone, and RRQ might have the same fate as LHW is just waiting patiently. CPT smack down the middle of that fight as well, and look at this. LHW is using those cars to their advantage. We have seen them do a lot of this. They always have a car with them. They don't mind getting it blown up as long as they can use that as cover.
Gangstar's in trouble here. We got a knock on Ever Fury by G9 from RRQ, and again, the same familiar faces here in the final circle. All 3 Chinese teams, CPT, GT Doyu, LH all still in it. Ace goes down here for LH being knocked by RRQ. Athena, who is your current tournament leader, and they are vying for another chicken dinner here. This would be, I believe, their 3rd of the tournament.
Back to back to back. They want to go ahead and pull a Drake. Jeez, okay. I see you. CPT starting to push a little bit more, though, as we see Getting Angry starting to throw more smokes. He knew those were going to go ahead and fade, but he has to be careful as he does have RRQ very close to him. And look at this. They're just surrounded here. Getting Angry, making sure he's able to go ahead and pick up his teammates. Sute and Ever Fury are down. Great players. If they're going to be able to pick them up, that is huge there for Gangstars.
Pyra getting knocked there by Isong. Good shots there from the M4. Gangstar's in trouble. Zute also getting killed. Gangstars looks like they are going to be going out now. Ever Fury, Pyra all out at this point. Isong getting the finish. We are down to 5.
We are down to 5, and RRQ waiting patiently. They know they have LHW on their eyesight. And look at this. Now RRQ starts pushing. Angry, go ahead and hold him back. Angry with the Angry game, spraying and praying. Luckily for RRQ, G9, he is laying down. He wasn't able to get spotted there, but Angry gets caught as he decides to go ahead and push. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen.
Down to 4.
Gangstar is out.
Here we go, RRQ, and then I believe the 3 Chinese teams still left in it. CPT, LH Doyu, RRQ
now getting some knocks there on LHW. They do have the numbers. LHW only has 1 player left, and CPT only has, I believe, might be 2 players or 1 player as well. Which one is the other team still alive? GT.
There it is. LHW getting shot there, and I believe they are out as well. GT Doyu still in. CPT in. The Chinese teams again dominant the top 3 of 4 spots, and RRQ Athena. The standings aren't changing after this game much, ladies and gentlemen. We are seeing more of the same here in game number 1 of FPP.
Very, very strong here showing by RRQ as they currently have 16 kills. If they can go ahead and get this other 2, it is going to go ahead and be 18 kills on the first game of day number 2. And look at this. They're winning patiently. They're going to go ahead and just lay down on that little grass and just say, you know what, you make a move first, or let's just go ahead and wait until the circle makes this move.
Trying to jockey for position here. It's a battle between CPT and GT Akon, trying to figure out who can live longer, who was going to be seen first. RRQ can definitely be a little bit more offensive here.
RRQ spots CPT.
Nice
now
shots.
It's all up to GT Akon. Can GT Akon able to clutch this as he is going up against 3 players from RRQ? And here comes the shots. GT Akon shooting. He does get spotted.
He's spotted and he's
RRQ
down.
too strong, ladies and gentlemen. They get back-to-back wins as they are more than likely going to go ahead and still be at the top of the leaderboard. Huge game there by them.
Not only are they going to stay on top of the leaderboard, they won that game, getting their 3rd chicken dinner in a row. But check this out. They dropped a ton of kills in that game. We are talking massive points here for RRQ Athena. GT Doyu finishing in 2nd place, and the comfortable Penguin team, again, a familiar 3rd place as they are 3rd place overall in the tournament. Look to see them continue a strong top 3 team. Man, more of the same, although we did see better performances from the other regions in this game.
Big statement coming out from our Eastern teams indeed. RRQ, as you say, now 3-time chicken dinner winners across day number 1 and day number 2. And also, when you look at that, the transition from TPB to FPP, it's almost non-existent. They just breezed through it.
They really do. They came out and they focused on getting the job done, and they did just that, getting all kinds of kills. One thing you see from these teams is they aren't fighting each other a lot. I wonder if they're aware of their own placements on the map when they're close to each other. They're knocking out the competition, and they're making their whole region look really good.
That is very interesting there. I did see a Doyu team just waiting patiently and just looking at CPT and saying, do I want to go ahead and shoot? I saw one of them get knocked down. I don't think I want to go ahead and shoot them because I do have wild card behind me as well. So interesting plays there by him. And something I want to go ahead and point out by RRQ Athena is that every single game they have won, they have gotten more than 14 kills.
Yep.
If they get anything below 14 kills, they have not won. So it looks like aggressiveness is paying off for them.
Yeah, 16 kills, 14 kills, and almost 20 kills here in this final game at the moment. And as you guys mentioned, with those standings, I'm sure not much is gonna change up. Gangstar's getting themselves 5th behind GT, behind CPT, behind LH, but overall, powerful stuff coming out from the Eastern teams. What did you make of our Western team's approach when it came to this game overall?
I like the adjustment in strategy. I felt like a couple of them came up against hard breaks this time. Wildcard getting a really clutch finish there, finishing off one of the squads in the house, and then immediately getting third-party there by Gangstar's, their North American counterpart, not doing them any favors. Gangstar's again cruising to the 5th place finish. We got some highlights here from day number 2, round 5.
That's right. One of the highlights is pretty much Team Terry just trying to get that airdrop, but they weren't able to, and they took so long that Evos just came around and finished them off. Evos taking full advantage of that, and KWC here being able to go ahead and take down some people from Evos as well.
Evos had a solid game once again, but unfortunately they did lose somebody early over at the compound just north of the bridge. Looks like Appa here with great long-range shots. The Buggy exclusive getting a couple knocks here, but June able to finish him off and get the wipe, and Wildcard there. You see Pyra with that deadly UMP doing work.
And that's what we're talking about as Lucifer. Look at him, just the Scar L going in and out of places, getting those shots, but sadly, he got knocked down by Gangstar's there. Good to see them getting kills, though. I really like that as we see that a second time in RRQ, just with the steady shots there through that tiny little window, blowing up cars left and right, and just pushing the action at all times. They weren't afraid. Yeah,
that's right. I was thinking the same thing when I shot that shot there from G9. One of the smoothest little 1, 2, 3 through the window, getting that headshot. You see Gangstar's getting popped from across the field here from RRQ. And again, RRQ not letting up, taking out a comfortable Penguin team, and then again, pushing the aggression here against the final showdown at GT Doyu in the final circle.
Look at my boy there from India. Namaste, my man. Thank you for coming to the show in Dubai. Wow. What a game one.
It's one of the toughest finishes as well, right? In those kind of field moments that you actually see. We did have a field moment yesterday northwest of Gatka, but this is a field with no hay bales. Nothing like that. It's all prone, all lying down in those wheat fields just a little bit and having a hard time.
That's right, as opposed to yesterday where you saw the hay bales and the straw that's out in the field. There were people actually crashing those with cars as if they were a big building or something. It's just a hay bale. But today, no such luck. It was out in the open.
Yep.
You saw CPT at the end trying to hide, eventually being discovered. And the same thing from GT Doyu Zakan. He, you can't hide out there in that little straw.
You can, but I did notice that RRQ was able to take a little bit of advantage there of that, just pretty much waiting prone. Once game stars decided to go ahead and push, then they started shooting, got up, and just pretty much wiped them out, and then they pretty much were able to use that momentum that pushed them towards the win.
It's really good awareness, too, to know where those players were not, because they had just gotten done wiping out Gangstars that was on the one part of the circle, and then they knew that these guys had to be on the other side, so they found them, they killed them, got
Absolutely.
the win.
We can take a look at some of the standings as well here. Not only our kills, but also standings as we continue things on here for the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge. And LH Doyu, with the ranking in terms of kills, is able to take that top spot so far. But RRQ Athena overall has just absolutely racked them up over the last 3 games. In the first 2 games, it was only 2 kills and 1 kill, but then the last 3, they've absolutely turned it on.
And absolutely, you can see the Chinese teams, the Thai teams really doing strong work. I got a big shout out for Big Russian Bot getting 24 kills, and then also you see creeping into the top 10 now, all 3 North American teams, Gangstars, Cloud9, and Wildcard in double digits now in kills. Nowhere near the Asian teams, but that's promising for their progress moving into day 2.
Definitely starting to go ahead and use that first-person advantage to their advantage, and as we still see LHW just getting a bunch of kills. And something I want to go ahead and point out is that LHW is getting a bunch of kills, but they are not getting the wins.
Sure,
So,
yeah.
And that's something that we even saw yesterday. They were able to actually go ahead and get 2nd place. They got, I believe it was 8th place as well, getting a lot of kills but not wins. Are they gonna go ahead and start mixing it up? Do they not want to go for that many kills and just wait towards the end?
I feel for them a little bit. I feel like they have the gun skills. They've outshot pretty much everybody, but they have not been blessed with those final zones, always finding themselves on the move. You see G9 here and 17, one from RRQ, one from CPT, both of them a pretty stark contrast there in squad kills, 18 to 3 in favor of RRQ Athena, and that's going to snag them that first place chicken dinner every day of the week.
RRQ G9 definitely ready right there with his fist up saying, come at me. We can definitely back it up.
One thing's for sure though, at the moment, these 4 teams that are standing at the top are running away with it completely. And now, I've got to ask you guys, do all these other teams have to be extremely concerned as we now take a look at the standings from this game, of course, 770 points from RRQ coming in at the top there, and that means now that they're going to be propelling themselves so far into the lead.
They already had a pretty sizable advantage, and again, 330 points on just the 2nd place team here. GT Doyu, LH Doyu, again, 2nd and 3rd, and then CPT, the other team from China, in 4th place there. So they are extending their lead, making it more difficult to be caught. But again, you see Gangstars making an appearance in the top 5 there. Solid performance from them, and Wildcard hitting number 10.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and see if maybe Cloud9 starts waking up a little bit there. We saw them kind of going off there early, being on the, pretty much not being so aggressive. And when they did, when they were aggressive, it didn't work out for them. So I want to go ahead and see how they readjust here for the upcoming 3 games.
Again, if we look at the points overall, though, which we'll get to look at in a moment, these 4 teams at the very top, even coming into today, with 300 points ahead of 5th place, which is pretty crazy difference to say the least. So if they continue doing this today, they are a class of their own.
They really are, and big shout out to your 2 GG Gamers again with another top 10 finish. We've got ourselves the total score, and RRQ Athena has shot up. They are now a chicken dinner ahead of everybody, almost 500 points ahead of 2nd place, which is LH Doyu, and this is really, really, really something.
Again, that big divide between 4 and 5th right now. These 4 teams, just amazing.
Yeah, and it comes down to our team's going to go ahead and start challenging them. They pretty much know LH Doyu is always going to go noble. They don't go ahead and challenge them. It's CPT is pretty much always going to go ahead and go military, at least from what we've seen, right? Are we going to go ahead and start seeing teams like Big Russian Bot, Old Gangstars, or Bigatron gonna go ahead and start pushing the action super early and trying to knock them out early. That way they don't get the points, that way they don't get the kills, nor the points in placement.
We saw LHW get pressured earlier on Sandhawk early on in a game, and the results were not in their favor. So we'll see if maybe teams switch things up. They know where they drop. Bigatron here making an appearance in the top 10 overall. They're sitting at number 9 overall, so big props to them as well. GG Gamers is a team that I'm looking at to do well. They had a couple of inconsistencies on day one, finishing very low in the rankings, but other than that, they've had pretty solid top 10 placements overall.
Aside from 117th place from Evos and Illuminate, those two teams as well have been extremely consistent, right? They have constantly been sat in that top 10, in that top 5, fighting it out to gain themselves that kind of 5th, 6th spot that I think they're going to hold for a while.
Evo's Burnout's been a really, really solid team, and they're one of the most feared teams in Asia. If you ask any other Asian team who is the team that you most don't want to fight, it's Evos. And Evos, again, coming in today, a really solid performance. Yesterday, we just had that one outlier where they got knocked out early. A little bit of, unfortunate things happen in PUBG, and that's why we play 12 games in order to find our winner, because you just never know what is going to happen in this game. Overall, a really great tournament from them.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it is an outlier because they did win the first game yesterday, and that was a huge thing. So I want to go ahead and see how they come out on game number 2 of day number 2. Can they go ahead and get that another win? Maybe bring up the momentum. That's something I mentioned a lot. Teams will pretty much feed off that momentum. It's something they want to go ahead and just get that little edge, give them more confidence, and just start pushing the action a lot more, getting those skills, getting the placement. They need to go ahead and start doing that if they want to go ahead and challenge RRQ.
One thing I want to point out as well, we've had a lot of focus on the Chinese teams here. They've done extremely well.
For good reason.
For good reason. But check this out. 4 of the 5 chicken dinners so far going to Thailand.
Yeah, indeed. All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's head down to the stage as our interview is ready as RRQ continues to dominate.
Welcome back, guys. Thank you, Calaris, for sending it on over. We are here with RRQ's G9. He might look pretty familiar. He's actually the twin of the captain, D2E, so fun to have him up on stage. We're going to be asking him a couple of questions here. First question being, so we had TPP on the first day. We're back here on day 2 for FPP. Which one do you prefer? And, do you feel comfortable in one or the other?
ชอบเล่นแบบ FPP มากกว่าครับเพราะว่าสามารถเข้าไปยิงหลังคนอื่นได้ง่ายกว่าครับ
I like FPP more because I can shoot more people from the back.
Okay, it's good to be sneaky. I like that strategy. So second question being, you guys are now almost a full chicken dinner ahead of every other team. You're very far ahead right now, halfway through the second day. Do you guys have confidence that you can win the entire global finals?
Yes, I have confidence.
Okay, well, there you go. That's nice to hear. Good that you do have confidence. Give it up for G9 and the rest of RRQ. So, guys, we are going to go to a quick commercial break, so I'll be right back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
PUBG! Brothers, my brothers here.
Here we go. Where are my other people at? Well, it's so crazy because we all live in different parts of the world. So this is like the second opportunity other than the North American Challenge to actually be together in person. We spend so many hours in game together. So being able to hang out together is just, it's awesome.
I'm excited.
I'm excited.
有这几天我们都是晚上一起研究那个新手机，还有战术，还有研究了其他战队的那些比赛视频。
يلا كل واحد مكانه.
And thankfully to PUBG Mobile, the campus championship that was held in India gave us the opportunity to come here, and we are really excited for the PMSC Global Finals, and we really hope we can win it.
이게 1회로 끝나는 게 아니라 2회, 3회 계속 이어질 수 있으면 좋겠고, 저희뿐만 아니라 많은 전 세계의 사람들이 이런 기회를 얻어서 좋은 경험을 해봤으면 좋겠습니다.
사야수가 PUBG Mobile!
Actually, we'll practice more and more because we know that we are competing with most competitive teams. So we'll practice, we'll improve our skills more, and let's see.
Merak ediyorum. Özellikle yemeklerini. Hayatımda hiç deve eti yemedim. Deve eti yemek istiyorum.
The terrifying nightmares. Team Hyro. Fighting.
The new Galaxy Note 9 has more power than you need. Like a remote control for a phone. Why would you... Oh, that's why. The new Galaxy Note 9. It's got more power than you need until you need it.
After we listened to our player community, Lightspeed Studios took some time and effort to make things as flawless as possible. How do you transfer the map from PC to mobile? That's easy. We simply copied and pasted. No, just kidding. Yeah, whenever we have a bigger city area, there's a greater pressure on performance, especially on mobile devices. Therefore, parameters, specifications for terrains, buildings, vegetations, and more have to be precise in order to run the game smoothly. We also simplified complicated building structures and city items to make it easier for players to loot. The brand new Dusk mode provides vastly different visual experience. We got 3 new weapons, each with its unique characteristics. Even some of our vehicles got a fresh new paint job. The desert map is 50% larger than the island map, so there is way more content. The area outside the city is a wide open mountainous region which lacks shelters such as trees or grass. There's way more middle and long distance combat which requires greater precision when shooting. So players better get to be good at estimating their relative positions from enemies to find the best hiding spot on the back of a slope. Actually, some of our less popular places, such as island, mine caves, ruins, have good loot. Trust me. This new map is awesome. So we're constantly working on stuff during the daytime, and then we stay up all night playing. Who needs sleep?
Oh, no! Oh, play PUBG Mobile.
into the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge Global Finals 2018. Whew, had to breathe there for a moment. As we do have our next game coming up in a few moments' time. But before we do that, let's recap what we had happen in game number 1, of course, here when it came to Erangel. Overall, I think 7. Something that to highlight here is the fact that our initial playing path and every option available to teams was very, very open.
Yeah, let me go ahead and just use my Samsung Galaxy Tab S4. As you can see right here. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. This playing path, we have seen LHW just pretty much landing in Novo every single time. And we also saw the team from India pretty much taking way, and I mean way too long right there. And you just can't do that, as we saw Evil's just starting to push back and forth. So you're going to have to get out of there.
We knew that crate was going to pose some problems, and that crate did pose some problems. The AWM, they're acting as a little bit of clickbait, if you will, and Evo's coming in.
We don't know nothing about that.
No, you know nothing about that one, that's for sure. Anyway, regardless of that, I'm moving them on as fast as possible. Talking about game number 2, here onto Erangel. Are there any changes that you want to see from some of these teams coming in? I will get your thoughts on that in just a few moments, though, of course.
Sounds really good.
We're going to introduce some of our other teams that you may not have seen yesterday, but we want to hear a little bit more from them.
ก็คิดว่าในระดับโลกก็คงไม่ได้ยากเกินไปที่เราจะคว้าแชมป์มาให้ได้ครับตอนนี้ยังไม่ได้คิดเรื่องเงินครับตอนนี้คิดแค่ว่าจะเอาที่1อย่างเดียวชิคเก้นดิเกอร์ที่1ก็เราอยากฝากให้ทุกทีมนะครับคือระวังหลังพวกคุณให้ดีครับแน่ๆเราจะไปยิงหลังพวกคุณเองครับวินเนอร์ชิคเก้นวินเนอร์RQ Fighting
My parents was very glad and just can't say anything. They're just happy with both of us. Don't meet us in early. If you meet us in early, I will kill you all.
It gives me goosebumps to be in an international tournament with him, and it's really exciting for both of us to be in the PMSC Global Finals, and a really proud moment for both of us brothers to be here representing India.
I want to thank PUBG Mobile for hosting such a big event at such a large scale. Me and my brother are very excited to face the other competitive team.
So we won it in India and we hope we won it here. So let's go, brother.
Let's win this.
All 全て分割して1位になりたいと思います。タイのアジアファイナルで実際に戦った RRQ だと思います。最多キルになれるよう頑張っていきます。優勝できたら本当に嬉しいと思っています。1日1分割どうぞ。
Once again, always great to hear from them, and we're about to get into game number 2 of the day here on Erangel for the main tournament itself. And we're going to see if our Western teams can go up against what the East is bringing. It is difficult. There is a big divide there right now, and a team like Cloud9 going to have to step it up to try and bring it.
They really are. They're bringing that hot oil from the East, frying up that chicken left and right. Looks like RRQ Athena. Somebody's got to stop them, man. 3 chicken dinners in a row. And then we've also got GT Doyu, CPT, LH Doyu also rapping at the door. Each and every game, those 4 teams rounding out your top 4. And I'm really hoping that we see some shuffling maybe here moving forward. Maybe GG, Arab Madness, maybe they got something to say for the hometown.
Also, the big Russian bot, we saw them being very consistent there on day 1. I want to go ahead and see what they do here on day number 2. Are they going to go ahead and continue that consistency and try to push a little bit more for the top 3 spots? And just who's going to go ahead and challenge? Like, who's going to go ahead and challenge CPT on military? Who's going to go ahead and challenge LHW in Novo? Are any teams going to go ahead and try to take that risk? Or are they just going to pretty much let him go with it? Are they just going to give him as much time as they want to loot up and then just wait until the end?
You think overall here with, you brought a big Russian bot, and I want to continue on that train of thought for a moment here. They've been one of those kind of middle-of-the-pack teams that has got themselves a few kills to their name. It's difficult for some of these middle-of-the-pack teams to get a ton of kills because it's being soaked up completely by that top 4. So if Big Russian Bot has the opportunity to do so, I definitely think they're capable to get big numbers there.
I think everybody has to start pushing. You're seeing huge kill gaps right now between the top 4 teams and everyone else. I mean, we're seeing, 8th through 10th place now in the kill feed is the North American teams, but again, they're 40 kills behind some of what the Asian teams are doing. Do the math on that. That's basically a full game behind if you look at like a chicken dinner in points.
Definitely, and also something to go ahead and point out, right? After this game, we are going to be halfway through the tournament.
Yeah.
It's not day 1, baby.
This is a milestone
You're going to
game.
have to push the action. If you don't do so, you're going to be so behind in points that you're not going to be able to do anything.
Exactly. You almost need to, I guess, make a Hail Mary from this point on if you're kind of middle of the pack, because some of those middle of the pack teams are almost 1,000 points, 1,500 points behind some of those front runners.
Yeah, they really, I don't think the play styles have been, it's been an interesting thing. The aggression of the Asian teams, it's just really set them apart. So we'll have to see how it goes. I'm sure we're going to have some stuff to see here shortly.
That's right. Well, let's get into it then. As you mentioned, it's going to be a milestone here going into this next game, as we will be at that 50% mark. And overall, I want to see a crazy plane. I want to see a plane not going through the middle of the map.
Right.
Because actually,
all the way over the southern island, not touching anything.
The planes have been really generous, 7 so far, I think, for the teams.
They have, especially the last one, as we were able to see it there on the Samsung Galaxy Tab. If you see those, they're going to pretty much just go to, if it goes straight down the middle, they're just going to go to wherever they want. Now, if they go up north, where some teams, as we see, LHW are used to going Novo, and those teams that like to go south, what are they going to go ahead and do? How are they going to go ahead and react? Are they just going to go ahead and jump into a car and go that way, or are they going to go ahead and change their playing style? Because GameStars yesterday actually decided not to go George Paul.
Cars are always a possibility with the plane pass. You can drive to where you want to go, but something that you got to keep in mind when you have those offset plane pass is if it's a northern plane path and you grab a car, it's going to take time, minutes even, to get all the way south, and then minutes even to get back if they have a northern zone. So it could be costly, and that's a game-changing decision potentially if you want to go and charge into the zone like that.
Definitely is. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to get game number 2 here on Erangel for day 2 going as we get things started. Brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note9. Let's see who's going to rack up more points.
Who is going to go ahead and be the winner of game number 2? And I want to go ahead and see RRQ, Athena. Are they going to go ahead and come out hot again? Are they going to go ahead and follow that momentum? We saw them get 18 kills, ladies and gentlemen, in the last match. And before that, on day 1, on the game 3 and 4, they got 16 kills and 14 kills. That is just, PB, that is so many kills as we see the Samsung Galaxy Note 9 coming down from the airplane. And here we go. Game number 2 of day 2.
Following on LHW, and again, a very friendly plane path right through the middle of the map, and it's going to end on Novo. So LHW, assuming they're going to go there once again, will have the least amount of time to loot up before they got to move to the zone. We've got the Galaxy folks going up to Stalber, it looks like. Interesting drop spot. Evo's going to their typical Yasnaya Poliana. We've also got Terror, again, making a play for Watertown, it looks like. And again, we've got Baraka and his crew, BRK, heading for Watertown as well. So very interesting stuff developing right now. More of the same. We seem to have found a level of comfort, and it's going to come down to the first rotations to see what people do.
But check this out. Arab Madness is going to go ahead and try to challenge their BRK on
No,
Venice.
they're peeling off. Did you see that? Arab Madness saw BRK landing there as if it were some sort of surprise at this point, and they peeled off. And they're going to go elsewhere, it looks like.
I'm starting to see a lot of teams being more aggressive here. As we saw some teams not even having a vehicle and just running around, as Fyra is trying to pick up Everett Fury. And they got to watch out because they got Hot Jukes and the wildcard team coming very close by. They know they pretty much like going to where Hospital
look at this
is.
developing. We got Terror coming in right behind right now. I don't know how this is going to work out for them. They're slow to rotate. They've got 2 squads ahead of them already doing their thing.
This is definitely going to be interesting here by Terror. Something that we pointed out yesterday is that they don't like being so aggressive. Even though when they are aggressive, it works out for them. I wonder if they're going to go ahead and change that a little bit. Just in the previous match, as we were mentioning, they got just caught by looking at an airdrop for a little bit too long. Something that I know everybody at home watching this, you probably experienced that, PB, where you see that airdrop, you're like, oh yes, I'm going to go ahead and get it, and then it ends up on top of the building.
It's one thing in a public match to look at it for that long. It's another thing in competitive tournament play. Looks like Terry is going to go to the west side of Northern Georgia Pole, and they're going to split through a squad that is already looting up and crash their car.
Terry being aggressive. Being aggressive, trying to challenge GTW. Interesting place here by him. I'm actually very interested to see how this plans out. This is something I wanted to see out of this.
Look at the map, and you can see there from the overview, you've got GTW, 4 players split all over Northern Georgia right now. So you've got Gangstars looting up the east of Northern Georgia. You've got GTW all over the place in Northern Georgia. You've got Terror Squad right in the middle of them. Terror Squad has an opportunity right now to really start picking apart GTW one at a time. However, GT appears to know that they are there, and they are starting to kind of shade towards one side to potentially squad up for a fight.
And the interesting thing here about GTW is they have a lot of angles. They pretty much have them surrounded, and Terror Squad from India are just going to be in the middle. How are they going to get out of this? Are they going to go ahead and try to engage or loot up and get out, because they are 1,800 meters away from the zone? The zone is very east right now, so something to go ahead and keep an eye on. At least Terror is able to go ahead and pick up some guns and is going to be able to defend themselves if they do engage with GTW.
It's going to come down to shots over there. We've got over here, it looks like, what is this, Milta Power, KWCD looting up. They're being cautious. They seem to be aware of someone's presence inside the compound. Waiting to see who that is. It looks like Illuminate looting up the main power building, control room, and
trying to be a little bit more cautious here. Not
JCC
trying to get caught.
is in a bit of a predicament right now.
He
doesn't even know it.
He's got to watch out because, well, at least he does have a DP28. So if he needs extra ammo, he definitely has that to his advantage. And look at this, KWCD. They're working together. If they wanted to, they could take out this player. And keep in mind, it is going to go ahead and be FPP here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, look at this, the AKM. The AKM is a powerful gun up close and personal, so it could be to his advantage there, PB.
It's looking interesting right now for JCZ. He has called out that there are people there. He's heard the footsteps, backed off a little bit, and it looks like just now they're going to announce their presence. Justice lobbing grenades into the warehouse, and Illuminate right now caught with one player out. But he has grabbed a Jeep, and he has headed off back to safety of his squad, who's got a smoke waiting for him.
He grabbed that UAC and got out of there as soon as possible. My goodness, that was actually super smart plays there by Illuminate's player. And look at this, they are on top of this building. If anything, they do have the height advantage, and they're also still looting up that Mini 14. As we've seen it, a great gun. We saw a lot of it actually on the NA finals by Beowulf currently not being here, but other players as well, like Hot Jukes and Sam from Cloud9.
You can see the GT squad here again grouping up. They've got 3 split one way, one the other, and this is pretty typical of what we've seen from the Asian squad so far. 6 God has been spotted.
There you go, the terrorist
and he gets knocked. That's a
down.
huge kill from Anand right there. Can he take advantage? That guy is separated from his squad, so there is an opportunity here for them to go get an early finish on one of the GT Doyu
If he
squads.
decides to, this is what we're talking about. They're being too timid at this point. He is by himself. He needs to go ahead and try to push the action. This is huge for them. I want to go ahead and see if he's able to, but look at this. They give him enough time, and now GT Doyu is starting to flank around. It looks like the terror squad there being a little bit too timid still. I wonder if he's going to be able to notice here this player passing by.
Man, a little bit of an unfortunate
Barely
break.
sees him by.
Anand getting the great kill, and it's at this point, we've had quite a delay. They've rotated all the way from the other side of the city, and well, we'll have to wait and see what's going on. He's looking both ways before he crosses the street. It appears to be clear, heading across now at this point. Akon and Ed from the side just runs right through him. So again, just being outclassed right now by the Chinese squad. GT Doyu just showing their superiority here.
And definitely outclassed, right? You want to be aggressive, but you also don't want to run out in the open like that. If you can, maybe throw a smoke or try to find a different angle, try to find some cover. If he would have maybe rushed a little bit sooner, he might have been able to go ahead and get that finish, because GT GT Ed was not ready for that engagement.
Those players were not there.
He wasn't on top of that building. He
They
wasn't
got
going to get a
dropped
shot
off by
on
the
him.
car, and the car went over with one player, Shushi, and picked him up. I mean, really solid tactical play from GT Doyu, and another missed opportunity for the Terror Squad.
Just very, very timid there from the Terror Squad, not living up to their name indeed. And look at this circle right here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, something to point out is that GTW is going to have to worry about GameStars when they come out. And look at this. GT God taking people down left and right with that UMP. That man has a 4 times on it, and we saw it early, and boy, is this gun accurate.
That's really impressive stuff here. Sixth God getting avenged from his own knock here. He is not really going to want to put up with it. And look at this is the aggressive play we're talking about.
This is what we want to
You have a knock, and you see immediately the squad snaps to it. They know they've got him on the ropes. Grenades come in. The vehicle rolls in. Their squad mates come in. You see him enter the house. Sixth God going into frag. And as you can see, he's cleared the first floor. He peeks the second floor. Nobody there.
GT, though you knows they have him hurt, and they're going to go ahead and try to push the action. They're just going to keep on moving. They have pretty much 2 players down. They need to go ahead and get one more. And look at this. Great play by the Terror Squad as he gets in the car and gets out of there. That is maybe one of the best plays that I have seen by the team from India.
It's gonna keep him alive for a little bit longer as a squad, but unfortunately his teammates are left hung out to dry. Amit decides to take things into his own hands. Torpedo gets finished, and unfortunately for the Terror Squad, they are left with 1 member left.
And as we see that beautiful replay there, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9, just destroying people with that UMP in the 4 time. One of these guns that I'm starting to see a lot here on this competitive games. And talking about competitive guns, we got the Mini 14, which I believe was a 6 time. I wasn't able there to double check, but Illuminate, they know they got KWCD there by Melta Power. Are they gonna go ahead and wait it out? They are in the zone, so they don't have to worry about moving.
I love how they park their cars just with that little berm and play where they have them protected. The tires aren't going to get shot out. Nobody's really going to take, bullets at the top of the cars from range, wasting that ammo. You can see Gangstars here from the top of the ridge, hanging out just outside the zone, trying to zoom around and get in.
And as we see Sute there on the kill feed, being able to go ahead and take down one of the Arab Madness players, and Rolex goes down to Evil's Bull Shark to a grenade, and oh my god,
the car kill! Oh my goodness, Ever Fury, he is not having any of it, and he decides to go run him over. You gotta love it.
The disrespect there by GameStars. They say, you know what, we're just not even gonna go ahead and jump out. I don't want your loot. I'm just gonna go ahead and run you over and just go with it.
You know Northern George provides a lot of loot when you're not even bothering to stop and pick up that extra ammo and extra weapons, man. He just ran him over, a little kaboom, kaboom, and he is off into the distance.
Loving those sound effects. Definitely loving them. And look at this. Galaxy just pretty much waiting patiently, looting up. We have seen them in interesting spots. We saw them very northeast earlier, and it seems like they're still there. And look at this fight right here. Cloud9 going up against Evos. Cloud9 already has lost one of their teammates as Rolex did get naded and got destroyed there by Evos early in the game. Is Evos going to go ahead and try to push this? We know that the Asian teams are very aggressive. Can they go ahead and push this? Because they do have the numbers, but they have to be careful because BTR is very close by.
This is an interesting position that they find themselves in. They're not in Yasnaya this time, but again, Evos and Cloud9 finding a way to connect early, and they do exchange a few bullets, and Evo's coming out on the better end of it.
And Carnage here with the M4, he seems like he's switching it up. He does have a 4 time on it, but as we mentioned, BTR is close by.
Cloud9 sandwich. Sam taking some shots here from BTR out the backside here, and it looks like Kodo has been made aware of it. He's going to roll over. Sam with the 6 times here. Watch Sam spray if he does find somebody to connect with.
And if you can, we know that man's got some accuracy, but he has to be careful as BTR might be aware now that they're in there, so they might go ahead and be worried that they're going to go ahead and push. Now, interesting plays here by Cloud9. They do have the cars inside. That's definitely going to go ahead and work to their advantage, right? And look at this, GameStars. We actually seen them there before. We've seen that play from them. They like to go ahead and go into that little
berm.
dip.
Yeah, they like that berm, but they are in range right now of one of the compounds nearby, so they're going to be well hidden, so they're going to be able to peek it here. But this could be a difficult position for them rotating out. We'll see what develops as the circle closes.
They can definitely peek it, but they also have to be careful if they get pushed by teams. They do have Evos there on the other compound, pretty much just northwest, it appears. Actually, Evo's Bull Shark starts noticing those cars, and he's going to go ahead and start backing them up a little bit. He doesn't want them to get a little bit too comfortable on that area. Evo's Bull Shark just being precise there with that single fire on the M16, and he's able to get him That accuracy, ladies and
Gangstar's
gentlemen.
not used to that kind of accuracy from
And
range.
this play here
Look
by
at this.
Evos, they're gonna go ahead and push it. They know they got a player down, ladies and gentlemen. Evos knows they have Gangstar's hurting, and look at this
Look at
push
the
here by
split.
Evos.
Look at the split. This is brilliant. Evo's on the offensive here. Look at the angles.
The angles in the Gangstar starting to realize that they're starting to get flanked. They're gonna go ahead and jump on the cars. Is Sute gonna be able to go ahead and get out of there as the Evo's Bull Shark is getting shot by other Gangstar's teammates? Interesting plays here as Evos with a beautiful flank, but luckily there for Gangstar's, they realize that they're in a bad spot and they push out.
Very well played by both squads there. Evo's really at another level as far as their accuracy is concerned. Gangstar's not used to that type of opposition. When they take that spot in North America, that's something that they're able to hold. They're able to knock people down. Evo's able to easily pick up the knock immediately. What you saw, which we haven't seen from a lot of the teams in this tournament, is immediate aggression. As soon as they picked up the knock, they went for it. They pushed Gangstar's out of the spot. Gangstar's realizing they were in trouble, immediately hopped in the vehicles and see you later.
Evos just being so aggressive. We have never seen that before. And look
They
at this.
lost their
Evos
compound.
now gonna go up against
Look
CPT.
at this.
CPT controlling that building. Can they go ahead and just win this before CPT hand jumps in? Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. CPT going inside the building. We got Evos outside. Evos JC gets knocked down by CPT. He's gonna go ahead and get finished, but CPT gets knocked down from behind. Bull Shark with those accurate shots. He gets knocked down from behind as well as CPT hand.
What a flank from Han. On the flank, Han takes out X as well. Evos is on the rope. Ernie is down to him.
And
Ernie
gentlemen,
goes down. This is brilliant play from CPT. They stole the compound. Extreme awareness, seeing the Evos had left it to go take on the Gangstars, and that aggressive move cost him. Check this
And
out.
as soon-
C9 comes into the scene as well, trying to take advantage of a weakened CPT team.
And this is the perfect time right here. They need to go ahead and push. They had 2 players down. They only have 1 player down right now. You see Coda starting to get some shots. That man's got the AKM. Sam being able to go ahead and take another player down there from CPT. Great, wonderful plays here by Cloud9 as he knocks another player down. Cloud9 trying to take control of this compound. Kodo, actually, I believe
Carnage goes
somebody
down.
got it taken down. Ladies and gentlemen, can he clutch this kill?
And he
Cloud9
gets it.
takes out
Cloud9
CPT.
takes the compound. They said no way. CPT takes the compound from Evos. Cloud9 takes it from CPT. Who's next? Who's going to come flying in the next car? Is it Illuminate? We'll have to wait and see.
If you are not standing out of your seat right now at home or celebrating, my gosh, that is some of the most intense action back and forth I have seen ever.
And here it is, still under fire. Illuminate indeed does show up, and C9 in trouble. Their tires being flattened right now. They have nowhere to go. They are stuck at this point. And remember, they are a man down as they lost Rolex a little bit earlier to the grenade.
They are, and I believe they are actually 2 men down now with Kodo being up, and I believe it might have been Carnage as well. So
Carnage
they
did.
actually Kodo is the only one left from C9 there. Huge hit by C9 as they were able to actually go ahead and secure 3 kills, but you gotta go ahead and kind of think about it, right?
You know what's
It
crazy?
wasn't worth it.
You know what's crazy about this game is we've seen so much action, we've seen so many great plays, but look at how many teams are still alive.
18.
This is a huge thing. If C9 goes out now, they're going to be 18th place.
It is.
It seems like they've done a great job, right? But we're still at 18th place. So many teams left on the board.
Once we zoom out and look at the map there, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9, you're gonna realize that that was just a tiny little area in the map. There's still a lot more teams getting readied up and trying to figure out. LHW is starting to get some shots in there and starting to let them know, hey, we are here.
Really good stuff at that compound. LHW up on the cliffside now, taking a look at Big Russian Bot. Really nice stuff from him. We've got LHW Zen looking with a Car 98 down at the compound, and he is very feared with that gun.
He is.
Prefers the DMR, but he's rocking the bolt action for right now.
He's going to be able to get some shots there. We saw him being able to get some knocks earlier, and one of the LHW players is currently a little bit hurt, so we definitely saw some engagement there early by them. And I believe they were able to go ahead and knock down somebody, but they weren't able to get the finish that we're used to seeing them get.
That's absolutely right. Taking a look inside the LHW, or this is GTW's camp here. Fixing headphones and taking it easy.
Waiting patiently. He doesn't have a helmet though. One shot and that helmet is pretty much gone. Big Russian Bot, Torty here with his squad, waiting patiently. He has to watch out though. LHW knows that Torty and Big Russian Bot is there. So they definitely have to be careful about that.
Still looking through the windows. He definitely knows that he's there.
Now, one thing here you gotta keep an eye out on. They are currently on the they got the height advantage, ladies and gentlemen. So it is something good to see, right? You want to go and see them have the height advantage, and we know that LHW definitely has the accuracy as well. And not only that, they have the scopes, because at this range, if you don't have any scopes, you might as well not want to go ahead and engage. You're not gonna be able to get anything, PB.
Better to stay hidden and not show yourself than peek with a red dot or a holographic sight. These guys are all rocking 4 times and 6 times scopes from range.
As we see,
check it out.
Team Terror from India here, Amit, the one that was able to get away earlier. He's still alive, and GTW has been following him all along. They're saying, we want to go ahead and make sure we finish off that team. We were able to get 3 of you. Let's see if we can maybe get the 4th one. And they're looking for him too. They're trying to figure out where he's at. They're not going inside that complex yet. Amit does have the AKM, so he is ready to rumble. Is he going to go ahead and be able to steal the car again and get away with it?
At this point in time, I wish Amit would just look out the window and just blow up their car. That would be the funniest thing in the world.
Imagine if he was actually able to go ahead and do that. Just destroy the GT squad by himself. That would just be priceless.
He got a close call there. He's able to live to fight another day, or at least live to hide another day.
And as we see Wildcard passing by RRQ here.
RRQ up on Potato Hill.
They definitely got to watch out here. RRQ being hot right now. They have the momentum. They have everything going on for them at the moment. You got to be careful with this team. I don't think at this point, PB, would you try to engage them, or would you just go ahead and let them be?
I would definitely try to engage them before they get that position in the final circle. I would be trying to knock them out early because in addition to you having to perform well, you need to knock them down a peg, man. You got to have some of the other teams finish above them in order for you to gain ground.
Definitely, if you are able to knock them right now, they will pretty much finish Team 18, which will be huge for them. You're going to pretty much stop them from getting more points. You're going to stop them from getting kills there towards the end, and it will just be a huge... oh my goodness, LHW there with the car. Okay, I haven't seen that before. Actually, I have seen it, but it was by mistake.
They're packing those cars into the shelter right now, keeping them hidden.
And Illuminate now coming in. They saw a lot of gunfights here early, and they're saying, you know what, let's go ahead and go down there real quick. Although they don't seem to remember that they did blow out some of the tires of those cars. And as we see, Cloud9, the only player left from Cloud9 is Gun. And look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We got Full Sin, we got Hero, we got LHW nearby. Who's going to go ahead and be the first one as we see Gainstar starting to shoot some people from BRK and LHW? We see them consistent. We see them knock people outside cars. Can they go ahead and do that here as Hero is trying to run away?
And look at that. Gangstars has knocked out and finished Team BRK with another subpar performance in Game 2 today. And they were definitely looking to do a little bit better.
And Kodo actually being able to go ahead and knock somebody down there. He wasn't able to get the kill, I don't believe. LHW getting some huge knocks. Actually not able to get the kills though. They're starting to get the knocks, but they're not able to finish them, which means they're not able to get points. And barely misses that shot. He goes for it again.
That was millimeters away from a headshot there. Very good try from Ace.
If he would have been able to get that, it would have been insane. Look at this. Headshots, Kodo, 1 kill. All right. And something I've been noticing too, it appears that LHW is always carrying one of those bulletproofs UAC. I'm pretty sure they might be getting that flare gun that is so famous in PUBG Mobile from Novo, calling it in. And that's actually a card that you want to go ahead and have, but you got to be careful because you can't shoot out of those cars.
No, you can't. They're very difficult to shoot out of because you can't. And they're actually not super bulletproof, so you can still shoot bullets into there and do damage. It's kind of a death trap, so
yes.
Surprised to see that thing driving around.
I wonder if they're just mostly using it as cover. We've seen them pretty much drive around with four cars each. Each player just having a single car to themselves. They don't mind it if they get blown up as long as they can use it for cover. And look at this circle right here. Not a hard shift whatsoever as all the teams, pretty much all the teams are currently inside in the Divine Mansion. Galaxy being here, trying to take control of Mansion, but they gotta watch out because they do have Torty nearby.
Torty outside the compound here, looting up a house, getting position.
Just
taking a
patiently.
peek at Galaxy, who's got Dudu looking out the window, Kong hanging out in the background here.
Looking for him, he does have the tree nearby, so nobody's gonna go ahead and spot him. But Torty does have that gun ready. He has the M4, and he also has a level 3 helmet. So if anything, he is gonna go ahead and be able to take some shots. But they have to watch out because the Japanese team is gonna come up from behind, and they could actually go ahead and get him. Now keep in mind, the zone is gonna go ahead and move here shortly, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like it's gonna go ahead and be going to Yasnaya. The zone is going to Yasnaya, which means a lot of teams are currently outside the zone, PB.
Looking strong here from LH. They've got the cars down in the tunnels, and they're going to be bringing them out. Korea Winter Chicken Dinner lurking close by here. They're going to happen to see them. Yeah, they know they're there. June's got that UMP scoped in from a distance. That's one of them, the shining weapons today. Pyra's been rocking it. June's been rocking it. We've seen some really solid UMP play from all players today.
And that's something I love seeing about LHW. They pretty much, as soon as the zone moves, they say, all right, everybody, roll up. We're going to go ahead and get out of here. We do not want to stay here whatsoever. Let's start getting our positioning in. Let's start making sure we take over a certain compound. That way we don't have to worry about moving in late once the circle starts pushing.
I just see Kato out in the middle of nowhere, just chilling, hanging out. Buying some time. He's trying to finish higher than 18. He's made his way to 17 at this point.
Not only him, but also Amit.
Yeah.
Amit, one of the players that we saw earlier. Oh! LHW, LCD, the disrespect once again. Go hits and runs over somebody. He's not even going to try to finish him up. He's just letting him know, watch out. Don't stay out for too long.
That's right. LHW prioritizing position over fragging at this point, given their position in the tournament. But oh my goodness, we got some return fire coming. Nanitu finishing off somebody with the M16 after a nice little snipe.
And if anything, that would be the best time to go ahead and push the Japanese team as they were currently outnumbered and full send exclusive. Just pretty much ramming the car into the wall and getting herself inside the safe zone. And look at this. Katarina gonna go ahead and more than likely do the same thing. And LHW starting to take over this little building right here. He notices the car. He knows what's happening here. I wonder if he's gonna go ahead and try to blow out those tires so they don't get away, or just wait patiently so that he doesn't give out his position.
You know, that's one thing I figured out about the use for that armored UAZ. It's a little bit heavier. So when you run over people out in the open field, it hurts more. That's what I think the use is.
It definitely does. As Amit is currently getting shot right here. Amit doesn't have any players left, so if he gets knocked, that is going to go ahead and be it for him. He's able to go ahead and sneak up a little bit. He is currently being a snake, but ladies and gentlemen, once you're by yourself and going up against all these teams, it might be the only hope.
Galaxy coming in from Korea, being shot at by their Japanese counterparts, Solgia. Oh, can they get out of dodge? Let's see. They're going to be going right to Yasnaya, where guess who is waiting for them?
LHW, Hero, everybody, Hero. I'm pretty sure they want to go ahead and get some kills as he is able to go ahead and take out Galaxy. Look at him go. He knows that there's more coming. He wants to go ahead and get that finish. Here comes the smokes from the Galaxy team. I wonder if they're going to go ahead and try to push that, or if he's going to go ahead and throw that grenade, which he throws the grenade, but he throws it inside.
Wow, that was awfully close. He blew a huge chance there, but he's able to get the finish after all. Holy cow, he almost blew himself up. That was not the intention. Man, he made that a little bit more difficult than it needed to be.
It did, but in a way, it kind of turned out working for him as he was able to go ahead and rotate to a different window and get the kill that he solely needed, as Hero currently has 2 players left. And look at this, the Japanese team, I want to go ahead and see what they can do. They didn't have such a great showing on day number 1. Can they go ahead and come out and just get some more kills and get even a better placing?
RRQ just knocked Hot Jukes from Wildcard, so they're engaged somewhere. Majed just went down to the play zone, it looks like. Ooh, RRQ getting knocked. Wildcard firing back. Seagut getting the knock there.
Seagut, we know he's a good player. We know that what he can do up close and personal. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the circle has moved. LHW is going to have to move. Hero's going to have to move. Galaxy is going to have to move. All these teams that we're currently seeing on your screen are going to have to move. And they need to go ahead and do it as soon as possible because they got 1 minute left before the circle starts moving in. And look at this. LHW is starting to take out people there. Did I see somebody from Full Sand being able to go ahead and take down somebody from LHW? LHW clears out Full Sand. Lucifer being able to get some kills as well. Siga gets taken down by Illuminate. And look at this angle that RRQ is trying to get here on Gangstars, as Gangstars is taking over that little sniper tower.
Trying to keep track of what's happening in the kill feed, it's really, really difficult because you'll see 2 squads fighting each other and then all of a sudden a 3rd squad knocking somebody the same one, and then a 4th squad. Everybody seems to be fighting everybody here on rotation. Looks
so
like
much action. And
Illuminate chasing RRQ right now after taking out Wildcard.
Wildcard just currently in a bad bad position here as they are going to go ahead and start being surrounded, and they're not going to be able to get that much cover, but RRQ does notice a player laying down. He takes those shots there, and he's going to go ahead and make sure he finishes them with that mini 14. And that 6th time that we see so much love. He backs, he says, you know what, let me go ahead. I'm not going to go ahead and finish you off yet. He's not standing up. He's just staying there. He's able to
Amit
finish
just got a kill as well, taking out Nanitu from Japan.
Amit definitely putting up the firepower there for the terror squad as Outsider's getting caught out once again. He is known to overextend a little bit. Outsider needs to back up a little bit more, because if not, he's going to go ahead and get picked apart here as RRQ has his eyesight straight on him. And ladies and gentlemen, he wasn't able to find any cover as we're seeing LHW take out somebody from Gangstars as well.
RRQ really impressive there with that mini 14. G9 just not missing very many shots at all. Knocking 3 different teams there. That was really impressive.
And interesting stuff by Amit. Amit is now starting to push towards the zone, and RRQ Senior with the clutch that we saw from yesterday.
Another kill from RRQ G9. Great work with that mini.
Sitting at 8 kills, PB, and there's still 24 people left, ladies and gentlemen. So they can definitely go ahead and start racking up the kills here, something that they are known for. And look at this, Gangstars.
Look at the position of
actually
Gangstars.
Looking interesting here.
They are in the middle of this zone for now, but we do have a new zone developing, and nothing is currently inside of it. It's kind of interesting.
The longest kill distance here is by RRQG9 with 267 meters. Is he going to be able to go ahead and continue that trend, though? Because now GTW has spotted them, and GTW needs to go ahead and get this finish if they want to go ahead and move up on the leaderboard. They want to go ahead and just clear out RRQ. This is what they want, and they do just die. They do just that with the M4.
They've got a little bit of time, though, before the zone does collapse, but they're in a problematic spot right now. Gangstars trying to move their way in, using their smokes to their advantage. Ever Fury's going to get knocked here. Ever Fury goes down to 6 God. Smoke just a little bit late. He's able to get popped there. Trying to grab some cover. He's found him. Can he connect for the win?
He's still shooting him even though he's through his smoke. You gotta go ahead and move around. LHW currently trying to control this compound as GTW is pretty much fighting off Gangstars and also RRQ.
Look at this, Arab Madness making an appearance here in the top 7. King is still alive, as well as the rest of his squad over to the side here.
Ooh, Aaron Manis gets taken down there by LHW, and more than likely he's not going to be able to get picked up because the zone is now starting to move up. Aaron Manis King with the DP28 starting to push up as well. LHW is going to go ahead and have to sacrifice some players here as this zone is coming in. GTW is going to go ahead and come up as well. Is he going to be able to go ahead and get out of that zone? Aaron Manis goes down to GTW.
Again, GTW with the superior positioning in every final zone so far. LHW again doesn't get the final circle, looking strong all game, but unable to get into the final zone. Ace goes down. They're down to 1 more member. It looks like Zen is trying to get his way in. He does do so, healing up at this point, but they are in a load of trouble.
Gangsters Angry gets taken out there by the Japanese team. Look at Fire waiting patiently by himself inside the smoke area. And the Japanese team looking very strong here as they are actually trying to secure their highest placing so far in the tournament.
Japan looking really good right now. Couple of members left. One of them is knocked, though, at this point. Again, 6 teams left, but only 13 alive, so not much more than 2 per team at this point. A lot of individuals crawling around, and you got Illuminate here with 2 to their name. JCZ and Maroon 5 trying to clutch it out for him.
GTW getting taken out by LHW. RRQ seeing that, and they're also start shooting at them. There you go. There goes some players there from GTW. Is LHW going to go ahead and push the action a little bit here as they're getting bombed?
Huge grenade there. Nice work from Zen. LHW ending the game for their counterparts there. They will be moving on, and that is huge for them as they're trying to put some distance between them and GTW in the standings.
They are, and look at that. Beautiful shot there by RRQ Sung as he was able to go ahead and get some knocks. And LHW Ace, is he going to be able to get out of there? Barely with 5 HP. He's going to go ahead and be able to go ahead and take out somebody. Illuminate Maroon 5.
Ace goes down. Pyra getting a kill there on Illuminate JCZ. Pyra is really trying to clutch this. Look at this. Gets the finish. Nice job. He's gotten himself into the top 3.
Pyra, finally the North American team being able to go into the top 3. Can Pyra go ahead and just secure another top 2 spot? RRQ still looking dominant. They're looking for that 4th win in a row. They do have 3 members left. They're going up against the Japanese team in Pyra, which is by himself.
Interesting tactics here from RRQ. They're very, very split, which could prove a little bit interesting. We've got ourselves Gangstars hanging out in the smoke right now. And they seem to know that. Grenades coming in. He's in the blue zone, trying to outlast, trying to med. Japan with 2 members left, really trying to figure out what's going on. And look at this, RRQ. He's got the kill.
Just waiting patiently.
Pyra
They're
goes
starting to
down.
go ahead and push the action. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. RRQ sees him, and he goes in and finishes him.
4 in a row.
4 in a row, ladies and gentlemen. RRQ is showing us what they're made of, and they are trying to make sure they start winning it from freaking day number 2.
4
what an
in a
impressive
row.
play.
Unbelievable stuff here. RRQ Athena, welcome back to the stage once again. They're getting used to talking to these guys. 13 kills in this one to wrap up the chicken dinner. But really proud of Team Japan making an appearance in the top 2. Nice job to them. Doggy, Salchia, Kandanatu, and Leshy all making their way into that 2nd place spot. And then we see our first appearance from a North American squad in the top 3, and that is Gangstars with Pyra really going clutch at the end. Almost made it to the top 2. Got taken out just in time.
Absolutely monumental. I cannot believe what we are watching here from RRQ. What a performance so far. 4 chicken dinners in a row. It's unheard of.
It's insane. With this caliber of competition, this many teams involved, to win 4 in a row is making a major statement. We played 6 games. We're halfway through the tournament. RRQ Athena in firm control right now of the whole competition. They are eyeballing that $200,000 first place prize.
I don't think they will mind taking that home, but something I do love seeing there, we gotta give credit to Pyra, as he was the last player there from Gangstars. We're able to go ahead and hold it off. So Pyra, I see you there, baby. Give me some love. Pyra being able to go ahead and just hold people off, even getting a couple kills there. Love seeing that, man.
Definitely a little shock on his face. They're having a good time. Gangstars happy with their 3rd place in that one. A really, really solid performance from them. Really happy to see them do well.
I'll tell you something, boys. Every single game, I'm taking notes. I'm studiously thinking, what are we going to talk about and stuff like that. After the first 2 teams died, I decided to stop taking notes as we take a look at the highlights here from game number 6, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9. And guys, the highlights are coming up, but I just want to talk all day about that compound with Evos being there, then CPT, then C9, then Illuminate shooting down to them. It was phenomenal stuff.
That was easily the coolest moment of the tournament so far. Just one squad after another trying to take advantage of a weakened opponent. Many props that we'll get to that in just a moment. But first, we see Terror on the passive once again. GT Doyu not putting up with it. We got the car kills out of the open. That was insane.
That was my reaction too. I was just looking like that once I saw Gangstars run over somebody in this action right here. CPT against Evos. CPT had pretty much just being able to go ahead and come out and destroy some people there from Evos after Evos was almost trying to go ahead and wipe out Gangstars.
Beautiful play from Han to get the squad wiped, but then C9 took advantage of the fact he was now out of position away from his squad. They came in, snuck in, took it out. Kodo being the last one alive from his squad, getting it out, and Carnage unfortunately getting finished. Kodo's the last one left, and then C9 being pushed out as well. Unreal sequence.
Definitely being able to go ahead and win Sanity, that engagement right there. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to go ahead and just point out that Evos play where they just pretty much go ahead and push Gangstars, because that was just wow. And RRQ once again with the steady shots, that Mini 14
MVP of the match right here, G9. The Mini 14 just completely picking apart player after player from range. 267 meters on that shot right there. Dude was absolutely on fire with the Mini.
Definitely wasn't. Look at Aaron Madness right here. He was able to go ahead and take out 2 players from LHW, it appeared, but he wasn't able to go ahead and get the finishes.
There he is again.
Just taking people down left and right. RRQ looking way too strong right now, ladies and gentlemen. Is anybody going to be able to stop them, or are they just going to go ahead and keep on winning?
It's going to be so difficult to contend with them for sure. And again, though, I still want to come back to... It had probably about 3 or 4 moments where it was the best moment of the tournament, because we had, actually Gangstars originally, they took, and this is important to know, they took one of the strongest defilades in the entire map, where they are very comfortable of holding usually, but Evos completely turned that on the head, and then by the time they come back, Talk to me about it, boys.
It really did. X holding a position in the compound there, sees the Gangstars players peeking, and immediately gets that knock with the M16, and they push the position pronto. They wasted no time, flushed them out. Gangstars realizing, oh crap, we're not hidden anymore behind these berms. The other team had an angle on them. They grabbed the vehicles and they took off.
My jaw dropped. Seven, you watched
we
me.
were both looking at each other saying, did they just do that to them?
It was insane. But hey, that decision to leave and take off, well, look at it. It paid off for
It definitely paid off for
Gangstars,
as they were pretty much able to get away from that. But huge plays there by Evos, as they pretty much just were able to back him up and say, hey, you're not in North America right now. You are in Dubai, baby. This is the global finals.
Let's check in with the kill rankings from that game. As you can see here, LHW overall 73 kills to their name. RRQ with 64, but it doesn't matter because it's all about those 4 chicken dinners that they've been able to accrue while getting those kills as well. Just massive plays coming out from them.
So many kills from LHW. They definitely have a leg up on everybody here. I'm curious to see if they're going to get blessed with a zone maybe once in the final 6 games here. So far, they have not been lucky going into that final circle. Look at the number of kills, though, from each of their players.
And something that I noticed there from the team kills is that Gangstars is slowly but surely starting to creep up. They are now on the 5th spot of kills, something that I do like seeing there. They're starting to wake up, and LHW, just the players alone being too dominant.
I like that we had a clash of sharks as well in that final game. LH and GT going up against one another, trying to eliminate each other. And there's G9 going up against Pyra in terms of those stat kills. And overall, again, kind of big plays coming out from both of these guys.
Pyra been absolutely clutch so far with the UMP, and he was able to get some sweet kills with the AK there at the end. Kind of hanging out in the blue zone, trying to met up. Unfortunately, he got spot taken out. But G9, really impressive that game, like super impressive with the Mini 14. A masterful display of that weapon.
And these are the standings here for round 6. We see RRQ Athena with 691 points, and Team Japan, actually one of the teams that wasn't. This is by far their best placing of the tournament. With 2nd place, they were able to also get some kills with 470 points total. I love seeing that there by Team Japan.
Yeah, if you consider that they came into the day as 17th with 550 points, just from this game alone, they doubled basically what they've got from day one, which is nice.
Big shout out to Amit from The Terror.
Yes.
He got his team all the way up to 9th spot after being threatened as the very first to go out. So that's a huge testament to him and his survivability over the course of that match.
I actually want to roll it back to that moment, though, because I think that, you know, them getting that knock on 6 at the beginning, if they'd been a little bit more aggressive, they could have potentially actually done some damage there to them.
If they would have pushed the action from the get-go before GTW would have gotten comfortable with it, they could have gone ahead and get those kills. Luckily for Amit, he was able to go ahead and use those smokes and just run with it. But as we see there, RRQ Athena almost 1,000 points ahead of everybody.
Like the Burj Khalifa itself, towering above 2nd place at the moment. Who is going to be able to stop RRQ? That is massive distance ahead of even 2nd place.
It's insane how much of a gap there is right now. As you can see, the Chinese and the Thai teams dominating the top 6 spots. It goes Thailand, China, Thailand, and then you see North America creeping up finally into the number 7 spot. Gangstars having a solid performance there with a 3rd place in game number 6.
Yeah.
Wow, good stuff from them. Big Russian bot holding strong at number 8.
Definitely. RRQ Athena overall, though, those wins are paying off. The kills are too. LHW, as we have been mentioning throughout the day, they need to go ahead and start getting those wins too if they want to go ahead and challenge for that $200,000 prize pool.
It's going to be such a monumental task to try and go up against RRQ, especially since they have still 50% of the tournament to go, and I don't see them slowing down anytime soon.
They really don't. They're just positioning well. They're shooting well. They're not missing shots, and they're really impressive on their rotations. They're getting there early. They're putting pressure on other teams, and I don't see it slowing down. It's going to continue, and they're the type of team to not take their foot off the gas and think, hey, we have a 1,000-point lead. They're going to come for your throat every single time.
I wouldn't be surprised if they honestly win every single game today.
I mean, you make a good point. It could happen. It's extremely unlikely, considering this is PUBG. Sometimes things don't go your way, but they've shown that they are capable of doing it. One thing I want to ask you guys is that looking at how all of our Chinese teams, our Thailand teams come in, is this a wake-up call for the Western audience here to see this kind of performance and be like, whoa, well, they're amazing?
It definitely is, in my opinion. I think that I don't think there's any fault to be had by the European or the North American teams. It's just not something that they're used to seeing on the daily basis. And of course, you're not going to cross-server compete just due to latency issues. So you play within your own little sphere, your little ecosystem. But this is great experience, I think, for all teams to kind of come together and play against high-caliber competition from all over the world. And the Thai and the Chinese teams really setting the bar here for what is elite play.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to head over to the stage once again as we join familiar faces. RRQ wins once again.
Thank you, Kalaris. We're here on stage with, no surprise, yet again, RRQ. This time I'm here with Senior. It's the fourth person from RRQ we've had up here, as they have secured 4 chicken dinners so far. So let's get on with the questions I have to ask. You guys keep winning, so I want to know, who is the best player on your team, in your opinion? And also, why do you guys keep winning in such a big manner?
ก็ทีมผมนะครับผมมองว่าผู้เล่นผมว่าเก่งสุดก็คือ G9 ครับแล้วก็ทีมผมที่เข้ารอบมาชนะเรื่อยๆเนี่ยครับคือความใจเย็นครับรอบคอบค่อยๆเล่นไปครับ
Our strongest teammate is G9, and the reason why we won this many times is because we stay calm and have stable emotions.
Okay, that's good to hear. Very important stuff. So I also want to know, what do you guys think is your biggest roadblock ahead of winning the entire global champion? What will be your biggest challenge to get the first place prize?
จุดอ่อนของทีมผมนะคือซัพพอร์ตเพื่อนร่วมทีมช้าครับเนี่ยครับ
It's that sometimes the teammates don't have enough time to come support others.
Okay, well, as always, teamwork very, very important. So how about a round of applause for RRQ and Senior here, who were able to pick up another victory. Thank you very much for the interview. We will see you next time, I'm sure, probably. They will be back on stage. But guys, that's going to do it for now. We will be back after a quick commercial break.
Hey guys, it's me, Brendan, here for the PMSC, the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge in Dubai for the World Finals. Let's go ahead and go. It's the biggest frame in the world and it looks so cool from the outside. Oh man, we're going really high. This is an amazing place to go if you just want to see all the sights, basically, of Dubai. I'm gonna walk across.
Oh boy. Oh, I don't like that.
Oh my god. The main attraction here is this, the VR park. Take a look at that, guys. That is insane. The furs drop. This might just be the main attraction. Okay, here we go. Me and these guys, woohoo! We're okay. Woo! Woo! All right, guys. Well, my hair was blown back from that one, even if it wasn't real. Right outside the Dubai Mall, you got the water on my left. I feel like we had to show you guys this. Really? No. How are you? Oh, I'm a broadcaster in Korea for PUBG. You know PUBG Mobile? Okay. Yeah. Back it up. Okay. Thanks. Wow, that was a really incredible water fountain show. I've never seen anything like that. Definitely one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life. I've never done this before. It looks like it should be a lot of fun. Let's go try it out. All right, here we go. Oh, the sand. Can he do it? Oh, this is crazy. Woo! Okay. The camera. The camera.
This is a blockbuster. You're gonna love it.
Oh, is the weather just so amazing. And wow, we do have the Burj Al Arab. If you come down to Jumeirah Beach, you can take pictures, you can enjoy the water and the sand. I would highly recommend it.
Finally finished our Dubai tour, and we've made it to the front of the festival arena, as you can see right here, for the PMSC Finals. The best teams from around the world joining together at the World Finals here for PUBG Mobile Star Challenge. It's right in front of the building that's going to be holding your festival here for PMSC World Championships here in Dubai. Are you guys ready to get going? It's a tiny world within your hands. PMSC with PUBG Mobile, and it's a tiny world within the world here at Dubai. Oh yeah, I almost got him. PUBG Mobile Star Challenge.
The new Galaxy Note 9 has more power than you need. Like a remote control for a phone. Why would you... Oh, that's why. The new Galaxy Note 9. It's got more power than you need until you need it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9. But at this point, who knows? Because we have 4-time chicken dinner back to back to back to back here from RRQ. So impressive stuff so far. We're going to talk briefly about the match that we just saw. Some amazing moments at the very beginning of that match, into the mid-game, and then a great rounding out of it overall.
We saw the Houdini effort from Team Terra at the very beginning. A really daring escape, getting out of the grasp, but of GT Doyu, and it was really impressive how he was able to, get away.
I'm surprised
he made it to 9th place. Good stuff.
Yep. He was able to sneak out. He actually used this. I believe he used his smokes from GT Doyu to his advantage, and then he took one of the cars that GT Doyu brought, and he was like, pretty much, "Ke liye shukriya, bye-bye."
See you later. Well, for now, of course, we can take a look at some more of the teams actually representing here at the World Championship.
Dubai'deki hedefimiz şampiyon olmak. Also, meeting all the other players is really fun. It's really professional, so it's a great experience being here.
Okay guys, most of you I know very closely and I love you all, you know that. But prepare yourself. We are coming.
Prepare yourselves. We are coming.
I mean, ideally it would be number one, but I guess having fun is like the most important part because that's pretty much what I'm here for. Don't underestimate our power. Watch out. Okay, you want me to say it to him?
就看法就是说，既然他们会说出，但是我们是看都没有看过他们。觉悟当然有，就是这个冠军我拿定了，你们只是我去冠军路上的垫脚石。
浪花成为无坚不摧。
我们在之前的比赛中遇到过很多强队，然后每一个强队对于我们来说就是一座大山。我们翻过很多座山，然后你不会是我们翻过的第一座山，也不会是最后一座。
你能打死我的人，但是你打不死我的灵魂。冠军，我肯定是冠军。
有我们在，冠军你们别想了。
机器出征 ，Fighting！
LH and DH, GT even I should say, looking at some of the most fearsome competition here in the tournament so far. However, nobody has been able to trump RRQ with the position that they have found themselves in. Our teams at the moment are just taking a small strategical timeout to figure out exactly how they're going to be approaching the next couple of games, because we have reached that halfway point and all of these teams are now looking to try and catch up with the front runners. Joining me here at the desk, as always, Powerbank and Seven Worlds Gaming. Gentlemen, right now it gets very, very serious for a lot of these teams. They're going to have to somehow make up those massive, massive gaps, Seven, that they've put themselves behind.
They definitely are. Look at them. They're using that Samsung Galaxy Note 9, and oh my gosh, they're pretty much just planning out what they're going to go ahead and do. We saw RRQ winning now 4 games in a row. The 2 last ones from yesterday and 2 today, and look at them. They're just saying, yeah, this is exactly where we're gonna go if the playing pad does go there, or are they still gonna go ahead and decide to go there even if the playing pad doesn't go there, Phoebe?
Looking at Everfury here from Gangstars, he's planning out some things as well.
Everfury,
gotta love it.
They've got a sick setup going here right now.
I know, right? I kind of want this at home.
Wait a minute. This is fantastic. Well, at least they can figure out exactly where they're going to be trying to utilize information from when it comes to this. And maybe they would have been looking at that previous ridge that they were in, and then Evo's pushed them out.
There were. I'm pretty sure they were talking about that because Evo is just with a huge flank there. As soon as they got one person down, they pretty much just got into 2 cars, flanking from the west, flanking from the east, and they just pretty much took them over. Good thing that Gangstars decided to go ahead and throw some smokes. If not, it would have been game over by them.
Really, really solid placement from all the teams here shown, and it looks like his planning is going to come in real handy next round. That right there is the diagram, my friend. Team Galaxy, very familiar with the device, showing us how it's done. We're going to see, hopefully, this planning come into effect. Maybe somebody can knock off RRQ Athena, but at this rate, maybe not.
I feel like they drew themselves a car and they said, look, right, if you get in the back seat, I get in the back seat, and we're all in it, maybe the car will blow up and we'll... No, maybe not. It's probably not the best situation to be in, I suppose. But actually, something I want to bring up is actually car usage, because you guys have been saying that, you know, you don't mind the concept of one team using a single car to go forwards. Obviously, you're able to shoot out of it, stuff like that. But there is a lot of merit in using multiple cars so that if one goes down, at least you're not losing your whole squad.
We definitely seen LHW. They take 4 cars every single time. No matter what happens, they have 4 cars pretty much towards the end of the game, and they use them. They don't actually leave them. You don't see, more than likely, you don't see 4 players in one car from LHW. And that's a strategy that I really love seeing from them, because they're able to just crash those cars. If they're for some reason out in the open, they're able to crash those cars. If they blow up, doesn't matter. They're going to go ahead and be able to use them as cover as well.
One thing with the 4-car setup, there's a few things that does. It kind of takes them away from your opponents. It makes them less likely to be mobile. You've got more cars at your disposal, more cover that you can use. But one thing that it does hamper you do is it makes it so you can't fire back if you are under fire.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to get into our third game of the day. Game number 7 here of the main tournament. We are past the halfway point. All of these teams are looking to catch up with those front runners as I hand it off to PB and 7 for all the action.
RRQ Athena looking
Who's gonna
to
win?
grab
You
a
watching
fifth
at
one
home.
in a row. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I'm excited to find out. Here we go. We've got game number 7. Excited.
I am, and I wonder if RRQ Athena is going to be able to get that 5 games in a row. You watching at home right now, let us know, who do you think is going to go ahead and win this game? Because we are now past the halfway point of the tournament, and once again, that beautiful airplane is going to go ahead and drop a Samsung Galaxy Note 9. Which I actually got to use the stencil as well, and it was actually pretty awesome. I was trying to map out myself some kind of engagement how Evos did there earlier.
Super smooth. We got a kind of a northeastern plane path right now going from just north of Novorodnoye up to Severny roughly, and we're going to see the southwest part of the map, Primorsk, Quarry, Ferry Pier, Gatka, Hospital, all of these places well out of range of the drop, so we'll have to see who's going to grab cars and rotate elsewhere. Even military base, a little bit of a stretch. We're going to see CPT drop in with LHW down south, and we're likely going to see CPT go for some cars and rotate over to military base to loot up per usual.
They do love that military base, and once again, something to point out is nobody is challenging those 2 teams. LHW taking all the time they can. More than likely, they're going to go ahead and find a flare gun. They're going to go ahead and get that armored car, and then just move down a little bit later on, as they always do. And look at this. We're switching it up. We're looking at RRQ Athena, since they have won now 4 in a row.
Now
and Wildcard, look at this landing here by Wildcard, very close there to BTR.
Let's talk strategy really quickly, 7, and let's talk about like drop spots and how people are rotating. Do you think there's any merit to the fact that these top teams that continue to perform game after game after game, they're dropping in the same spots? They're unchallenged every single game, and we are really seeing the same exact behavior from them unchallenged. Do you think it would be worthwhile for teams to actually try to disrupt them, let them, try to attack early rather than, see these guys get the same results game after game?
It's something that I would love to see, PB. I'm not going to go ahead and lie to you. I would love to see LHW or somebody like CPT getting challenged that early in the game, because if not, they're just going to go ahead and get so comfortable. They're going to go ahead and have the time to loot up, and they're just going to be able to have everything. And as we see here, the Japan team being able to go ahead and knock one down. He's not able to go ahead and get the finish. That man with the AKM is going to try to hop out. He does see another player. He is getting shot from the side. He rushes upstairs. That was fairly close there.
Can't be peeking on windows anymore, but Doggy's not scared. He's going to jump out and go peek some more.
And he's playing super aggressive. He hasn't even stopped to heal up. He was trying to find that other person that shot him. And look at this. He spots one going up the stairs. He knows that he can get him, but he's going to just go ahead and say, you know what? Let me just back up a little bit more. Maybe I should heal up, and then I should actually push the action. But as we can see here, GG with the Uzi. Is he going to be able to do something with it? That is a great gun to have up close and personal.
Really interesting tactics here in Severny. Both teams kind of rotating around each other at this point. Both kind of in trouble. It's anybody's game in these early. It's just RNG, random number generator. But it's anybody's guess as to who's going to get the good guns first, who's going to have armor. You can land one solid shot, and that's it. Leshy getting shots off here.
GG barely getting lucky there as he was trying to pick up his teammate. He was able to pick him up and then run upstairs as soon as possible. Here we go. The Japanese team is going to go ahead and try to throw some grenades. And look at that, the Uzi up close and personal. Salam being able to go ahead and destroy one. He gets a little bit hurt there by a grenade, but it doesn't face him. Is he going to go ahead and try to jump down as he sees more throwables coming in? The Japanese team is now going to go ahead and push the upstairs. You see GG barely jumping out. He does get knocked down as soon as he lands.
Down. That was a really good job getting that pick there. It looks like Salt Gia goes down early, so Team Japan's hopes of placing high again are dwindled here, but they are looking to come out on top of this engagement here. with their foe in Severny.
And now GG just saying, you know what, that might have not been the best idea. We have lost 3 players, and is this team, GG, going to be able to pull what the Terror Squad did from India earlier, where Amit was pretty much just able to back up, play it super safe, and get that team to a higher ranking spot.
He is trying to get out of the city at this point in time. Japan content to hold the terrain here and start to loot up. These early game skirmishes sometimes can kind of derail you from looting up. You oftentimes are fighting with subpar armor, I mean, like, look at Nanitu here. He doesn't even have a helmet yet, and he's rocking a level 1 vest.
He doesn't, but a lot of players are getting knocked throughout the map. Once again, LHW already having an airdrop. It looks like they were able to go ahead and find that flare gun and shoot it, and more than likely, hopefully they did it once they found the sun, because if they did, they're going to be able to get some good armor. If you shoot that flare gun outside the safe zone, it is going to go ahead and give you a vehicle.
Plenty of room in North Georgia Pole to loot up. You can see Gangstars here looting the west side, or the east side rather, just like they did last game, while GT Doyu loots the west side.
Gangstars waiting patiently though. They're trying to get as much as they can. And something that we mentioned earlier as we see the map there, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9, is that a lot of these Asian teams do like to carry a lot of grenades. Something you don't really necessarily see in the North America scene. More than likely, I'm pretty sure that's going to go ahead and change a little bit in the future. But as we can see right here, LHW just went, oh my gosh, they actually got 2 flare guns. Look at this.
These guys are not only extremely skilled fraggers, they're going to have the weapons to do it with here shortly. LHW TDZ rocking the DP M249 combo, rocking an all-light machine gun. They've got AWMs, AUGs in play. This is crazy.
One of my favorites there, definitely the AWM. That is just, he's not going to pick it up. He's going to want to go ahead and just wait out a little bit, but more than likely, he's going to wait for another one of his teammates to come and pick that up. Interesting stuff, though. They're not going to have the vehicle that they're used to, the armor vehicle.
I'm guessing that they're going to leave the AWM behind. They're not bolt-action players. These guys prefer the DMRs. They prefer assault rifles. You might see somebody go pick it up for the sheer power, but they did grab an MK14 as well, which is a
as we see Cloud9 just starting to rush here. Wildcard, we're going to get some NA on NA action as Seagut, Lucifer actually gets taken out there by Rolex. Seagut starts pushing the action. He's able to go ahead and take out Rolex. Is he going to go ahead and be able to pick up Lucifer before Cloud9 push-ups a little bit more?
Oh,
and
this is
something
trouble.
to point out, he did not finish Rolex. Rolex is just waiting patiently.
Rolex going down early. Meeting Seagut in close quarters is always dangerous. Seagut getting the better of Rolex there. He sees them taking off. He's going to be able to get a finish there. Outsider taking down Rolex. Rolex goes down early. One of the first players eliminated.
Yep, Rolex just gets caught being out in the middle of nowhere. Actually, he
This is the danger of a split
to
drop.
push that action. That's actually interesting.
Yeah, I don't think that he knew they were there, but this is the danger of a split drop. Cloud9, again, splitting their squad every single game so far, and they get caught again. This time they're not able to go up 2v4. They do get caught by a very solid squad, and they're punished for it.
And look at this. Evo's just pretty much juking around. They're getting shot at. Somebody almost goes down, but they're going to go ahead and just fire back at them as well. Evos, we have seen them do some amazing plays. Are they going to go ahead and heal up and come back to get KWCD? I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, because if anything, we know that they are super aggressive.
Love that UMP skin from Jay-Z here. And also, was it... Can't remember who it was. Somebody from Evo was looking out the window. Crazy skin on that UMP.
I know. It makes me want to go ahead and just turn on my game right now and try to get one. They're pretty much teasing us here as we see Gangstar still waiting patiently for GTW to do something. Sute is starting to push.
The invisible line. Let's see here what happens.
He has crossed it. Sute getting a little bit too close here to GTW. He might want to go ahead and back up. He might want to go ahead and just get some backup from his teammates because GTW very, very close by.
Looks like Everfury and the rest of Gangstars content to loot up the west side of the map, trying not to stray too far. Doyu on the eastern side and off to the north as well. They are split currently, looting up Zarki and taking out that whole north side of the safe zone as well. And look at this hard shift though. We've got a hard shift early and it's all the way down to the southeast. A lot of stuff out of play and a big part of that zone over the water. So we're gonna have a really interesting zone when it collapses. A lot of teams left alive in a very small circle.
And that is gonna go ahead and benefit a little bit more teams like LHW, teams like CPT, who they actually go for military, and then Novo. We have seen them just pretty much have to hurry out of those places. If not, they're not going to be able to get any loot, but right now they're going to have all the time they want because that safe zone is right on them. As we see, Turty, oh my goodness, Turty just decides to go ahead and drive by there by Evos. Interesting plays there by him as he's the whole team getting pretty much lucky there.
Appa was like, "Yeah, I'm out. I don't like the sound of 4 rifles coming at me. That's I'm going to continue to do tricks in my car." This guy's been hitting jumps now for quite some time in that car. Appa's quite the stunt driver.
Yeah, he did. He definitely just pretty much make like a bandit there. And look at this, CPT.
I like
go
the
ahead
spot.
And crash this car right there.
For the
watch
zone
out.
that they have, this is a great place to kind of stay out of sight. I don't know if it'll fit the aggressive play style that CPT normally has. But this is the spot. If they show themselves and start firing, they can get stuck pretty easily here.
And CPT pretty much going to go ahead and wait there on the bridge. What they actually could do is they could go ahead and grab LHW, but pretty much what I'm thinking about is Outsider 9 came from Wildcard. I did see him alone there. He has to be careful because there are going to be people starting to push the action there from that bridge. And look at this, CPT one by one starting to cross that bridge. It is clear, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure they're telling themselves, but they got to watch out because LHW is coming up behind them.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. CPT has the bridge camp set up. They have position, and we also see way up in Zarki, we've got GT Doyu looting up still, and they're going to make their way into the zone shortly. But here it is. It's going to be interesting. Across they go.
Are they going to go ahead and decide to wait here so they can get LHW, or they're going to go ahead and decide to just move on? It is the safe zone is on them.
LH knows. They see the camp going on. They're very well aware of the vehicles. They are not going to push that position. They're going to hold off and wait. They do have eyes on CPT. CPT seems to be unaware that LH has any idea that they're there.
And something that I've seen here, these teams don't really like engaging against each other. We have seen a lot of Asian teams just waiting patiently. And as I say that, LHW just pretty much gives them a warning shot, letting them know, hey, we are going to be coming across that bridge. And look what CP is doing. CPT is actually getting the cars more ready for that bridge camp. I am loving this. Are these teams about to go ahead and fight it out this early in the game?
Look at how they're shielding their vehicles from this position right now. They're making sure the tires aren't visible. Really, really good tactical play here from CPT. Making sure their vehicles are still accessible, and that's the key. They've got 3 vehicles right now that they can hop in and move any single time they want, and they've also got them covered from the LH position that's a little bit further south.
Definitely huge awareness there by them. And look at this. They just keep readjusting the vehicles. They know that they don't want those tires
They're just not happy with that
popped.
position, are they? They want to get in and keep moving, and they finally decide, you know what, let's hit the gas station up.
They're going to go ahead and do just that. They're going to park those cars right behind the gas station, and also look at another team that's nearby. Wildcard is very close by as they see CPT going up in the gas station, but they got to watch out because one of the CPT players does have an AWM.
He's got a train right on him, doesn't he?
He's pretty much ready. A CPT hand starts getting shots there by Wildcard. I wonder if this
he's
might
in
be
trouble.
a little bit of bait
He's
here.
in trouble. He's going all the way down.
CP then barely getting off there as he has just
1 HP, man. So close to dying. The vehicle so close to blowing up. Outsider putting some pressure out. There is that AWM in play. Outclassing Hot Juice there as Hot Juice gets caught peeking. Hot Juice probably rocking the bolt action himself, but CPT is no joke.
Gotta watch out now. LHW Sen. Look at LHW Sen starting to push up little by little. CPT is gonna go ahead and start pushing up a little bit more towards Wildcard. Wildcard needs to go ahead and pick up his teammate. They did just that, and now they're starting to get here rushed a little bit more by CPT. Lucifer has to watch out. One of those cars just crashed by CPT, and they are gonna go ahead and flank him as grenades are being thrown by CPT. They are behind that building. Are they going to be able to go ahead and just realize that Wildcard has moved
like
already?
CPT setting up the push. All of them hopping the wall at this point, getting ready to enter the compound across the street. Wildcard in decent position, and Lucifer in a good spot on the flank here, but he's got to make sure that he doesn't get discovered before they go across. He's got a really good spot here, though.
And here comes the smokes. Our CPT is pretty much just going floor by floor and clearing that building, ladies and gentlemen. Can Wildcard take out CPT?
I want to see
This would
Lucifer
be
just
huge.
not do anything until they start to push across the street. He's got such a good spot right now. Outsider firing some shots, lobbing in grenades across the street.
Perfect grenade right there. If he's able to get a little bit more grenades there towards the top, he might be able to go ahead and knock down a couple more teams. He has to watch out though, because there is 2 players there by the door. If they do decide to go ahead and peek, they might have been able to go ahead and take his helmet and just maybe knock them as well.
LH Doyu has made their way across at this point, using that distraction for their advantage. CPT and Wildcard here having a great little battle. This is going to amount to something here. Neither team's going to give up this position without a fight.
It would be great to see if Wildcard decides to push any of the action there as we switch around and we go to BRK. BRK very close to Full Send here as Full Send only pocket, not realizing that she's getting surrounded and just, Han was able to go ahead and get somebody there from Wildcard. Boy, do I wish we were able to see that play right there because they are going to go ahead and just battle it out. CPT and Wildcard very close, and there we go. We go back to them as CPT is just waiting patiently, and Ollie Pocket
got that good spot though.
Yeah, Ollie Pocket says, you know what, let me just go ahead and get away from BRK. I don't think I want any of this. My team is not anywhere near me. Let's just go ahead and bounce.
Looks like BRK and Ollie Pocket squad here. Katarina Suki drive the buggy around. Yeah, incoming fire right there.
Not able
bouncing
to
shots off that buggy,
shots,
but not able to land anything.
Not enough to go ahead and knock him out. And look at this, BRK Kusi lays down. He wants that extra support. He rains some more gun. Are they gonna go ahead and push this? I don't think they have a vehicle here to go ahead and push the action. And look at this, Gainstars passing very close by as CPT Han and also Wildcard are still in this engagement. And one thing I want to go ahead and point out, Lucifer is waiting patiently. They're waiting for somebody to go ahead and peek, but he has to watch out because CPT Han is currently on top of that building. He's pretty much just peeking. And look at
look at this. LH Doyu has made their way across,
caught.
and Zute gets caught there from Gangstars. A couple more fights going on in the vicinity right now. Han and his company are a little bit distracted at the moment, but at the same time, they have their attention focused squarely on Wildcard. You got Gank angry occupying a compound right now, really trying to help his teammate get back in the fight.
Definitely right there. As we see one of the players from LHW getting a little bit closer and just hiding behind that hay bale. Fire with that UMP.
UMP all day long, just lasering people from range. Super impressive stuff from him.
Not the first time we see them now here. Oh, look at those steady shots there. Angry trying to get a quick little scope in. He is going to go ahead and start moving around. More than likely, he's going to want to try to open that door. Now, LHW Ace is out in the middle of the field. He needs to go ahead and back up. If not, Gainstars might be able to knock him. And if he does get knocked right there by that hay bale where he's throwing smokes at, they're pretty much not going to be able to pick him up.
He's going to be trying to get back to his squad. Gangstar's just moving out at this point.
And LH, look at the kills right there. 26 kills for LHW LCD.
Oh, another knock there. 762 taking down Outsider with the AWM back over at the CPT wildcard fight. We'll look over here. Lucifer in great position. CPT starting to cross.
CPT
is he going to catch anybody?
Starting to flank around. Here comes the knocks.
Here he comes. Lucifer getting the push.
Lucifer waiting. Lucifer knocks
Beautiful.
down. Wildcard being able to win and get some. Lucifer with another kill. He needs to go ahead and finish those players as they only have to go ahead and worry about one more. There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Impressive stuff from Lucifer. Unbelievable. Catches 3 players coming across the street. That was unreal of him to stay quiet that entire time and just wait patiently.
That man told me I stayed up 7 until 4 in the morning. I studied, I want to get these skills, and he does just that. Lucifer showing he's got what it takes, taking out 3 players from CPT. Great plays there.
Most
by
notable,
Wildcard
though,
Lucifer.
Most notable about that engagement is while that was a great fight, while it was awesome for Wildcard to have some success, most notable is who was it against? It was CPT, one of the top 3 teams in the tournament. They went out first before everybody, and that's what these teams need in order to start climbing up the rankings, is poor performances like that in singular games and them to put up big kills, big numbers, and also rank high.
And as we mentioned, this is great momentum here for them. They know that they actually were able to knock down one of the top teams of the tournament, so they're going to have that little extra boost of confidence, and more than likely, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them push a lot more teams, but they do have to be careful because I saw a wildcard there. I mean, Gangstar starting to rotate towards gas station.
Indeed, Gangstar did not want that fight.
Ollie Pocket there gets destroyed as she was laying down. Evo's just we know how aggressive they are. You can't be laying down if Evo's is coming your way. You pretty much want to do what Gangstars did in the previous game. Get in the car and just get out of there.
Definitely a very solid squad to contend with. Evo's Ernie again having a solid game here. We're going to see him lead his squad and try to position them well. Evo's always feared by everybody. They have been really good this competition. Just having one weak game, but you see what they can do in the overall placement as CPT just suffered a early exit themselves. We'll see how that affects them. Probably see one of the Doyu squads jump over them into 3rd place.
And look at this, Gangstar's just trying to wait here on this gas station. They know they might have wildcard nearby, but they have to watch out because they only have 2 players. They did lose Sute there at the beginning on the engagement against LHW, and LHW just, you know what, they actually didn't even decide to keep on engaging. They just backed up a little bit more.
Interesting circle developing right now. A lot of the teams heading south. Team BRK heading in from the prison. Got Illuminate going over to Milta Power right now, but they're going to keep rotating around, trying to grab the backside of the zone. Most likely they're going to run into trouble if they continue that effort. Japan here rotating through. Looking at Berms over in the forest, just a little bit south of shelter. Will they stop, or are they going to keep going here?
And Japan bringing in that momentum from the last game. One of the highest placings that they were able to get. They jumped out. They got that M24. They see Evos. Are they going to go ahead and take those shots? They might just go ahead and back up a little bit more. As one of their players is actually getting shot at, and he needs to go ahead and jump out of this car. Either way, he's going to get blown up. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Evos being able to go ahead and knock down there one of the Japanese players.
Leshy is going to have a nice building between him and the enemy, but you know they're coming to finish him. Ernie's going to head on down and try to pick up that knock. His teammate's going to fly in the vehicles here shortly. This is how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. You get an advantage, you press that advantage, and they are pros at this. And again, they're able to wipe one of Japan's members off the squad as they continue down to this house and take it over.
And then Grace plays there by him as they decide to go ahead and, you know what, let's go ahead and put the car inside the compound. We don't want to go ahead and get our tires popped and not be able to get out of here.
Bigatron just wiping another Japan member with the VSS. So really good shots from him. Zuxy's got his scope trained in over there as well. They're going to try to take advantage of a weakened Japanese squad here thanks to Evos. And we are going to see Nana2 peace out once again. He's going to grab that car and get out of there.
Nana2 says, you know what, we are not going to go from second place to 18th plays. Let me just go ahead and back up a little bit more and look at Illuminate and GG very close to each other. I don't even think the Illuminate players know that the GG player is right there. Look at him waiting patiently.
He's all by himself. It's a really good spot until he gets seen, and then he's got nowhere to go except for the water.
And here we go. We got Team Terror from India. They're going to go ahead and try to push the action. He doesn't know where he's getting shot from. He finds a little corner, but most of his squad is going down. He needs to go ahead and push the action as KWC decides, you know what, if you're not going to push me, I'm going to go ahead and push you. I'm going to go ahead and revive my teammate. The Terror squad playing aggressive, but at the same time playing too passive, and they need to go ahead and just commit to it.
Yeah, if you're going to hit a compound, you got to hit it. You got to hit it hard. And we had one member stop at the bottom of the stairs, and ultimately it does not pay off for them. KWCD, where did that come from? Oh, through the window. Really nice shot there. I was wondering where in the world did he get shot from, but looking through that little small window on the stairway takes a little bit of damage there. Ooh, look at the flare just coming up.
Cloud9
got a flare coming up over the water.
Get that shot right there, PV. Great warning shot, I might say, telling them, hey, back up a little bit. We're coming, and that flare gun is going to be
Arab Madness over there, firing off a flare most likely.
A point of interest in Arab Madness, actually very close to GTW. Interesting plays there by him as they decide to go ahead and lay down here right by the zone, but they have to be careful because GTW is flanking around them, and they're more than likely going to go ahead and see them.
Here is the next zone again, favoring, guess who? RRQ.
Their rotations have just been on point, and as we told you, ladies and gentlemen, you do not want to be laying down, especially when GTW is around. They're going to go ahead and finish you off, and yeah, if they knock you down, they're not going to let you live. You are definitely going to die.
Six God from the back of a vehicle with a full auto 6x scope spray and able to knock a couple of people. It's really nice work. They've got their eyes on a crate dropping right now. I would not be surprised to see them approach that here and at least try to take a look at another squad. Again, only 2 kills so far for GTW. You know they're looking to pick up more.
Using those scopes there, that 6th time to make sure he's able to go ahead and clear that Divine Mansion. I don't know why, but it just keeps getting stuck in my head. Divine Mansion. And good thing out here about Wildcard is that Wildcard does have their 4 players, but they also have to be careful because now they're going to go ahead and start getting flanked a little bit more. And they are currently outside this zone, which is going to be huge for them. They need to go ahead and start getting in this zone a little bit earlier. We've seen some of these teams just start rotating a lot faster as Illuminate gets knocked down there by BTR. His team is just more than likely going to go ahead and back up, say, you know what, let's not go ahead and go that route. Let's just rethink this option.
I really like the lack of a scope on the AKM. It's a really, really powerful gun, and the scope oftentimes gets in the way, and it takes up some of the accuracy. You can see these guys preferring later on in games, even with scopes available, they're still rocking iron sights on the AKM.
Yeah, that's something you actually don't see that often, but as you mentioned, sometimes scopes, even though they do give you the advantage to see farther, it might go ahead and throw off your aim a little bit if you're not able to control the recoil with the certain scope. For me, it's usually the 3-time. I cannot use that to save my life.
Most of the AKM use is designed for up-close play, so these guys are using those in-close quarters like you just saw, getting those quick finishes, fast rate of fire, but more so the 7.62 rounds really doing a number on people.
And this is definitely going to be an interesting final circle here as
Look at
we
this
see
move.
Wildcard starting to push into Hero. Hero has to watch out because Wildcard is going to push the action. Hero currently trying to shoot RRQ.
Hero's engaging RRQ off in the distance, so
And
they're a
look
little
at
bit
this,
distracted right
RRQ G9 not taking any shots there. He was pretty much waiting patiently. He could have actually gone and shot Hero Foxer, but he waited too long. This Car 98 though, he's giving them warning shots. Nobody was even on the window, but he wants them to know, hey, watch out, we might be coming. And I think now they have realized that Wildcard is starting to push up on him. Wildcard starts to get the shots.
Look at that. Beautiful
Cleanups.
push, and that's a quick squad wipe. Wildcard comes in and wipes Hero off the map.
This is what I love seeing here. Starting that momentum. Hot Juke starting to get hot, baby. Wildcard getting some kills. And look at this. Illuminate and BRK truly going up against each other. Caveira is going to go ahead and try to push. He's going to tell him, well, thank you for throwing that smoke. Now I know exactly where you're at. He's right next to them. What is this?
C9 and LH doing work against each other as well. They've got a nice exchange going on. We also have Illuminate and BRK going at it. Smoke's down. Vehicles are blowing up. People in the blue zone. Baraka's not going to make it out. He is going to bleed out, and that's the end of his game.
Caveira just waiting. He wants to go ahead and get those knocks, but he also has to watch out because he's not inside the safe zone, and he has the hollow on the AKM. Interesting choice there by him, as LHW is now starting to go ahead and get taken out there by Cloud9, and GTW against LHW as well, helping their Cloud9 out a little bit. And look at this, BRK just throwing up smokes left and right as one of the players from Illuminate is starting to push him. Is he going to be able to go ahead and get the knock here? He gets 2 knocks down. He's going to go ahead and try to push the action, getting those kills, finish him.
Oh, good try there. That was extremely clutch play, though. JCC goes down, and now it's up to Zod and Fusi to try to get back up in the fight. Look at this, Maroon 5 right there.
Starting to flank. He's not gonna wait too long. He's gonna start pre-firing. He knows that they're down. Look at this. Gets 1 knock, gets another one.
Oh, and he gets it.
Illuminate Maroon 5 just destroying that team, coming back and picking up his teammate as well.
That was huge. More action in the kill feed. Once again, Evo's taking out one of the RRQ members. Wildcard into action as well, get another kill.
A lot of stuff going on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 40 players left, 13 teams still alive, and the zone is getting smaller and smaller, and this is a zone I don't think we have seen at all this tournament with being in Milta.
Now, this is a really good zone, a lot of elevation changes, some forestry involved, lots of buildings. This is a really fun zone to watch here.
Outsider actually being able to go ahead and take down there. GTW, great plays there by him. This is something you want to go ahead and see, right? You want to start seeing those teams getting those huge knocks. GTW is definitely a team you want to go ahead and see get knocked down early, especially if teams like Wildcard want to go ahead and start pushing towards that at least top 3 and being the high money.
One thing that Wildcard's done really well so far is picking up kills. They're starting to frag out a little bit. 2 squad wipes to their name so far. Might have picked up a couple more as well. RRQ here currently with 0 kills this game. So RRQ not fragging out like they have in the past few games. This is really telling. A lot of teams are going to have an opportunity to catch up to people. It looks like Carnage goes down and gets finished. And Kodo goes down and gets finished.
Definitely, and Sam being able to at least back up a little bit and get some knocks there with the, but actually
Sam down,
Cloud9.
C9 is gone.
C9 is definitely gone, but
failing to hit the top 10 again. We have not seen them high. I don't know if any games they've made the top 10.
Quite disappointing places there by Cloud9, but more than likely they're going to go ahead and just adjust for the next game. As we see Torti here just trying to blow up that car. He doesn't want that car to get blown up by somebody else. And also Outsider getting a bunch of knocks there. Wildcard just going back and forth. RRQ destroying Gainstars. My goodness, the action is about to be insane. I wish we could see that Wildcard versus GTW.
GT going on right now as well.
GTW, it looks like
Angry's
they're
getting the knock on
down.
RRQ as well. Just kind of watching the kill feed here. Pyra goes down to the zone, and I believe Gangstars is out or close to it.
Gangstars is out as RRQ sees somebody getting inside the car. Evo's trying to get out of there, but RRQ too strong. RRQ, interesting stuff here by him as they decide, you know what, they knock down some players for Evos, but they want to go ahead and push the action somewhere else. And Wildcard has to watch out because Wildcard is currently super focused on GTW, but they have to watch out. RRQ is pushing them. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The tables have turned. We got Wildcard against RRQ.
Oh, look at this guy
with the M249, just letting it spray and pray. Sadly for him, all the players from RRQ are laying down, and they still have to worry about that player behind them. Great
look at the knock.
There.
Beautiful grenade there from G9, and this is where they're going to push the advantage. Outsider getting knocked by RRQ. Here comes the offensive. Can they hold? Finished on Hot Jukes.
Definitely Seagut still up.
Another finish from G9. These guys are impressive. They push through the smoke, get 2 finishes there on Wildcard. It's down to Seagut at this point.
WC trying to move in here on Evo. It's a little bit too late though, as Evo is getting taken out there by... actually, Evo was able to go ahead and back up KWCD. Interesting plays there by him. And look at this. Little too late. KWCD getting even more knocks there.
Looks like we have a few different squad fights going on at the current moment. Curry Winner Chicken Dinner trying to control this fight against Evos. Almost everybody down on both sides here. And it looks like Long in from the side here trying to lob in some shots. Hopefully he connects. Trying to get Evos taken off the board.
Trying to get a lot more action here with that Mini 14. He knows that his players need help. Is he going to push the action? He might go for it. He is in the car. He is going to try to push that action. Seagut getting RRQ. Seagut is still alive. Seagut destroying another player from RRQ.
Good try.
But he not able to go ahead and take them all on.
Wildcard will finish in 6th place. Really nice job. Wow, Seagut almost took down the RRQ squad there by himself, hiding in the grass. Very nice effort from them. They put up a lot of kills this round, so they're going to make a little bit of a jump. We've also got Japan still hanging out, surviving. We've got 11 alive, 5 teams left, and again, RRQ with the circle, with the position.
And one thing that I want to go ahead and point out is RRQ decided not to go ahead and engage there on Evos. They knocked people down inside that house, and then as soon as they heard shots there from behind, they said, you know what, we're not going to go ahead and engage Evos, even though we have them knocked down. And then they decided to go ahead and engage their wildcard. Interesting.
Japan goes out. Now they're in 5th place. Teams alive, only 4. RRQ again in firm command. Can they wipe up a 5th chicken dinner in a row?
They might be able to. It comes down to the kills, ladies and gentlemen. As
big
Evos
knocks.
goes out. Here we go. We got GTW, KWCD, and RRQ. RRQ does have the numbers. Are we gonna go ahead and see a 5th win in a row here, ladies and gentlemen? By RRQ, they are looking strong. They are pushing the action. They know exactly what they're doing. GTW takes somebody down from RRQ. GTW.
He finished him. Wow, these guys are gonna work together potentially and possibly make it difficult on RRQ.
They are. GTW, that player is using this smoke to his advantage.
Joshi is hiding off on the side right now. He did knock and finish one of the RRQ players. Korean Winner Chicken Dinner engaging the other 2. This could be interesting the way it wraps up here.
There you go. The player for GTW goes down. RRQ knocks out another player. I think it's just going to go ahead and be the same story.
1v3 here. We got 1v3.
Can KWCD go ahead and clutch this? Can he do it? More than likely, his players currently giving some information. RRQ is jumping around. He does see him. There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Dominance. Are you kidding me? Dominance. RRQ Athena showing everybody who's boss. And guys, they are going to put some distance between them and some of the others this game. Early exits from a couple of the top-ranked teams. Not so much GTW, but oh my goodness, that was a very, very impactful game so far this tournament.
Dreams do come true in Dubai as they are looking to make my dream come true and win every single game today, as they have now won 5 in a row in this tournament. It is insane, Kylaris.
Did you hear that? That was the sound of me being speechless. What on earth is going on? RRQ with 5 chicken dinners in a row. Unbelievable stuff. Not quite the kill counts they would have wanted in the last game, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. we noticed late on in that game that they had 0 kills, but honestly, who gives a rip if you're going to end up in the final circle getting the chicken dinner?
It is just insane, and I love their attitude. We just saw actually a look at them after they won, and they look so just calm,
business as usual,
cool,
man.
and collective. We say we've been here before. This is our 5th time in a row. Let's make it 6, baby.
I really like the performance there for Korea Winner Chicken Dinner. Korea's team finishing in 2nd place overall that game. Very nice performance from them. We also saw a really notable performance from Wildcard finishing in 6th spot, and not only that, they dropped 12 kills to boot there.
They did. They definitely did. And Wildcard definitely coming out on top. One thing that I want to go ahead and point out there, as we're seeing the replay in the highlights here of the timeout.
Hey, that planning did help. They finished in second spot right there.
GameStars too. GameStars were able to go ahead and pretty much just wait a little bit longer, and then we got some players from Full Send. They're a little bit not too happy with their placing, but oh well, it is what it is. And some of the action here, ladies and gentlemen, by GG, as they were pushing the action here on the Japanese team. Overall, Japanese team was able to win that engagement, and Rolex was able to knock down somebody there. Lucifer, he tried to finish them, but another teammate from Wildcard was able to go ahead and destroy him. And this was actually a huge play here by Wildcard, as Lucifer was able to go ahead and take down 3 players from CPT, something that I was hoping one of the teams do, and they came out and did it.
Loved it, absolutely loved it. I liked how he chose to go with the Tommy gun for the extra ammo as they come across the street, mowing down 2 of them. We see Hero at the end here getting run over by Wildcard. Wildcard stormed the compound here, absolutely made quick work of them while Hero was distracted. You can see LHW getting in a couple of team fights here, Cloud9, and LHW having a little bit of a disappointing performance in that game compared to what they're used to. And again, Illuminate with an amazing team fight there out in the sticks with BRK. Really, really nice how that ended up.
Being able to destroy those players there from BRK, and then going back around as we're seeing it again, picking up his teammate in RRQ, just shooting those players there from the Japanese team.
The Japanese guy was taking a nap. He was just laying there.
They're getting, boy, that was my same reaction. I was getting hype here.
Look at that. We got RRQ again making the push here. He sees the final opponent, June, and well,
that's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote. Business as usual.
That's right.
Winner, chicken dinner. RRQ Athena wraps up their 5th in a row. Sheer dominance here from the Thai team.
I made a joke of it at the beginning of this segment in terms of saying, brought to you by RRQ, but we might just have to rename the tournament at this point, because I've never, across all iterations of PUBG that I have covered, be it mobile, be it PC, I have never seen 5 chicken dinners in a row at this level of play.
The sheer randomness of the game, the shifting circles, the random gear that you find, surely something's got to go wrong at some point for these guys, does it not?
I don't know. It's not looking like it, because towards the end, they know what to do. We even mentioned it. They had 0 kills towards the end.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter. They got the kills when it actually mattered. Towards the end, they pretty much make sure they stay close. They didn't lose any players at the beginning, and they used that so much to their advantage.
Even though they had 0 kills right towards the end of the match, they still finished with 10. So, I mean, they got into the double digits in kills, and they got the ones that mattered, squad wiping people at the end.
It was a very patient play style coming out from RRQ in this game. Let's take a look at some of the standings overall from our previous game, as well as how that fares in the tournament as a whole, because a lot of kills been posted once again here, and RRQ is almost always leading in that. They may not be leading in the kills in this game. Let's take a look, see, as LHW in team ranking kills overall in the tournament.
Talking about getting kills, they're sneaking up on them. They're also going to go ahead and might take first place here on the most kills. They are just 1 kill away from LHW. LHW once again getting the kills, but not getting the wins. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have 1 more match coming. Who do you think at home is going to go ahead and take, actually, after day 2? Yeah, my gosh. Most kills after day 2, I think it might be RRQ by the way they're playing.
Yeah, it really, really looks to be so. GT Doyu again lasting very long in the tournament once again. They were down a few members, but had really clutch play there from their sole member, hanging out on the edge of the zone, hiding. Actually even knocked one of the RRQ members and got the finish. But for the players, again, LH Doyu, GT Doyu, RRQ, all of them. 3 members apiece in the top 10. And then you see the CPT Han and the other Chinese team. I mean, this is just sheer dominance from the Asian teams.
Definitely dominance. And something to point out there on the team kills is I noticed now the NA teams are starting to sneak up. So they are starting to use FPP to their advantage, but not to the point where we expect them. RRQ is just going away with it.
And overall, CPT in this previous game, Han could have even racked up more kills if it weren't for the unfortunate situation that they found themselves in across the bridge there. But RRQ Senior going up against WC Seagun, and overall, seeing the number of kills that have come in from both of these players, it's a huge testament to see Senior and the team as a whole finding their place game after game after game.
It's super, super impressive. Seagut finally popping off a little bit this game, leading his squad to a really, really nice performance in this one. 6th place overall. They did run into an RRQ squad that caught them out of position, fighting another squad. Props to RRQ for taking advantage of that position. That's what landed them in 1st place, while WC landed in 6th.
Yeah, just pretty much going back on that, RRQ, as I mentioned, they did knock some players down from Evos. They decided not to go ahead and take that engagement, backed up, and then just squad wipe one by one the wild card team, which in turn is pretty much what gave them the win. They were able to reposition themselves. Huge IQ there by the RRQ team.
Indeed. You got RRQ Athena once again, top of the board, 650 points again, extending their lead. You can see career winner Chicken Dinner, nice placement from them, getting 515. GT Doyu and Wildcard tying for third. Nod to GT Doyu for the placement above them. Really solid stuff, but nice to see a North American team making a name for themselves.
The thing that's going to be scary is how far ahead in the standings is RRQ. They were already almost 1,000 points ahead of, I think, third place. Never mind anybody else. But another,
they were 800 on top of second.
Yes. So another 650 points to add to the tally. But KWCD getting second place there with 550 points is a great standing for them.
It really is. Props to KWCD grabbing that second spot, and also looking at Team Japan down in seventh place. That's a second solid finish for them in a row, so look for them to move up the overall standings here that we'll show in just a moment.
And Wildcard there being led by Haju, starting to get a little bit hot. Fourth place there, 180 points on kills alone. Definitely getting there. More than 10 kills, 405 points overall. I'm loving that. I'm starting to see them start picking up, but they need to go ahead and continue to do that. We are past the halfway point of the tournament. If they don't keep on doing this, they're not going to be anywhere near the top 5.
Yeah, before some of these placements, I would say lukewarm Jukes. But now, you know, we're back on with hot Jukes. That's fine by me. That is fine. So we've looked over this plenty here, and continuing on with the tournament. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what our standings are going to be at. But what do you think?
One notable thing there on the end there, CPT in the bottom spot there for that game. But there, oh my goodness, 4,000 points has been reached now by RRQ Athena. They're up by a mile, essentially. They are in a really prime position to take home a lion's share of that prize pool, if not win the whole thing. But GT Doyu, LH Doyu, both of them almost tied. I mean, they're like a mirror image of each other so far. GT getting the edge there, and again, CPT from China, even though they finished in last place, they're still clutching onto that fourth place spot.
And it starts coming down pretty much to who's going to go ahead and take second place, third place, or fourth place, because RRQ is just running away with it, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm about to pull a host faux pas, which is, I was hoping production would just zoom in on the 4K, like all the way, because it is crazy how far RRQ Athena are ahead at the moment. GT and LH are going to have to put up massive work. I feel like they're the only two teams that can really try and catch them up.
Let's just put this in perspective. Number 6, Evo's Burnout, one of their primary rivals from Thailand. They're double their score. Double the score of the number 6 place team.
After 7 games.
They have won 5 out of 7 games. That is just unheard of. And to, as we were mentioning earlier, to win 5 in a row is something you don't usually see in this type of games.
I think we have to completely change focus really here and say to ourselves, how many rounds do RRQ win during this tournament? And to say that they've won 5 already out of the potential 12 is madness.
It really is. There's been an extremely promising showing from the Thai teams, the Chinese teams. Really looking to some of the other ones to see if they can step it up. We've had glimmers of hope from a few, but others just not, kind of falling a little flat.
And the Doyu teams, LH Doyu, GT Doyu, being able to go ahead and get the kills, but once again, not being able to go at those wins. And that's pretty much what is keeping RRQ Athena way ahead, getting those wins and also getting those kills when it matters.
All right, gentlemen, well, guess what time it is? We've had it quite a few times already, and we're going to do it again. We're going to do it for a 5th time. We're going over to the interview with Valdez and RRQ.
So guys, we're here back on stage with, you guessed it, RRQ's G9. You're back. He is the leader of the team. We're going to ask him some more questions. I'm almost running out of questions here, but we have a couple more for him. So I'm curious, how did you feel about the difficulty of today versus yesterday? Because you guys are kind of sweeping the competition today. Does it feel easier overall today?
การแข่งขันในวันนี้มันไม่ได้ง่ายกว่าเมื่อวานครับแต่คือแค่เราถนัด APP แล้วสไตล์การเล่นของเราคือการยิงหลังคนอื่นครับมันก็เลยทำให้เราเล่นง่ายขึ้น
today's tournament is actually not easy, but we're good at FPP, so that made it easier.
Okay, very important. We'll hope that you can keep it up for tomorrow in TPP as well. So, final question here. Your teammate Senior called you out as the best player on your team. So, how does that feel to feel like the best player on your team? Do you feel pressured, or is it just a good feeling overall?
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่เพื่อนในร่วมทีมชมเราว่าเราเล่นเก่งที่สุดในทีมแต่คืออยากให้เพื่อนร่วมทีมเล่นเก่งกว่าเราครับเพราะว่าจะทำให้เราเล่นง่ายขึ้นครับ
I hope that my teammate would become better than myself, so it would be easier for me as well.
Well, if any of your teammates get as good as you, then you guys are just going to win every single tournament that we do have for PUBG Mobile. So we'll see if that actually does happen. But how about another round of applause for RRQ and G9 for another big chicken dinner win here on the stage. So thank you very much for answering my questions. We'll probably see you next time around as well. So guys, that's going to do it for now. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
PUBG! Woo! Brothers, my brothers here.
Here we go. Where are my other people at? Well, I mean, it's so crazy because we all live in different parts of the world. So this is like the second opportunity, other than the North American Challenge, to actually be together in person. You know, we spend so many hours in game together. So being able to hang out together is just, oh, it's awesome.
I'm excited.
I'm excited.
有这几天我们都是晚上一起研究那个新手机，还有战术，还有研究了其他战队的那些比赛视频。
يلا يلا كل واحد مكانه كل واحد مكانه.
And thankfully to PUBG Mobile, the campus championship that was held in India gave us the opportunity to come here, and we are really excited for the PMSC Global Finals, and we really hope we can win it.
이게 1회로 끝나는 게 아니라 2회, 3회 계속 이어질 수도 있으면 좋겠고, 저희뿐만 아니라 많은 전 세계의 사람들이 이런 기회를 얻어서 좋은 경험을 해봤으면 좋겠어요.
사야수가 PUBG Mobile! PUBG
The new Galaxy Note 9 has more power than you need. Like a remote control for a phone. Why would you... Oh, that's why. The new Galaxy Note 9. It's got more power than you need until you need it.
One final game for today here for the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge Global Finals 2018, and the big questions are: 1, can anyone catch up to RRQ? And 2, can RRQ sweep an entire day? It would be absolutely unheard of here if they are able to do so, but as Seven predicted or potentially hoped for at the very beginning of today, it's not out of the question.
It just might happen. They are so strong towards the end of the game that, I mean, we have seen it here today. Three games out of 3. And can they make it 4 out of 4? I'm looking forward. If they're able to go ahead and get the placement, now we know they can also do it if they don't get the kills right off the bat. So if they can just get the placement as they've been doing, they might actually go ahead and take it away.
They haven't been completely favored with the zone every game either. It's not like they've been getting super lucky. They've been choosing their fights very wisely. choosing to pull back from a few where they didn't feel they had the best position and choosing to really be aggressive on the ones where they did. And ultimately, they found themselves in another winner-winner chicken dinner final circle.
Absolutely, and you could end up in unfortunate circumstances. It might happen to RRQ. One great example of it was CPT's position, trying to eventually try and camp that bridge position just so when LH was going to come over, they could potentially exploit that. However, in the end, they got exploited by Wildcard.
They really did. LH saw saw right through it from the other side of the bridge, scoped it out, said, whoa, let's hold on here a second. And it wasn't until CPT and Wildcard engaged, LH snuck across, grabbed a position, and then ultimately they started doing some damage themselves.
Yeah, and just Lucifer pretty much waiting patiently. He didn't want to get caught crossing that street, waited till the last minute and was able to go ahead and take down 3 players, which was huge. It pretty much it gave them such a nice push and it gave them a bunch of confidence that they ended in 4th place.
I loved how quiet and still he remained that whole time. I mean, that built up for several minutes. And he was caught there. They moved in, took that compound, and he just didn't move. He stayed there. But he had great position, knew that they were going to cross the street at some point if they ever smelt any sort of advantage. They got that knock, and then they tried to push Outsider and crew that was across the street, and Lucifer had other things in mind.
Well, you mentioned it as well, the right tools available to him as well. It's very rare that you get some use out of, say, a Tommy gun with an extended mag, but that was a great tool to use in that situation, knowing that they were always going to be close, so it's iron sights all the day.
Iron sights all day. They were right in front of him. Really, no scope necessary for getting those kills. Iron sight was no problem. And then having 50 rounds to be able to throw at him, coming out of smoke. It's not always, you're not always able to be super precise like you might like to be. But just being able to spray that much and even chunk a little bit of damage off the third guy as well before he pulled out the M4 and got the finish.
Yeah, just love seeing that playing style, right? You don't really see the Tommy gun out that often, but I'm glad that he was able to go ahead and show, hey, if it comes to it, I can definitely use this gun, and I'm going to go ahead and take 3 players with me. And then Wildcard overall, just hot jukes in the squad, being able to go ahead and just finish up that team, which was huge. First time, I believe, in the tournament that CPT has gone out in 20th, or maybe anything less below 15th.
And we're seeing a lot of SMG play. Like, not only, say, Clutch Uzi's early game to eventually have those very early conflicts, but also the UMP, be it close range or at range, is being a very versatile weapon.
The UMP has been extremely powerful all day long. We've seen multiple players, not just like 1 or 2 people like using it as kind of a niche weapon. It's been like the choice for multiple people, and they're using it as their primary over range, over close. It doesn't matter. They're just killing it.
Yeah, they 4 time, 6 time, doesn't matter. Put it on the UMP. As long as you can go ahead and control that recoil, you're gonna be just a sharpshooter.
Yeah. RRQ gives us the thumbs up there just before. An ominous picture, to say the least, considering what they've done today, what they did at the end of yesterday as well. And what, 1,300 points ahead of second place, is it currently?
Yeah, it's a lot. 1,300 points ahead of second place and double the score of 6th place.
Yeah,
they could pretty much just sit out these next 2 games and they will still be in first place.
Yeah, well, let's check in with some of the other teams, of course, here at the World Championship as we take a little trip to see what they have to say.
做好自己应该做的，然后多为自己队伍做点贡献吧。打好自己的，然后就多跟队友沟通，然后尽力吃鸡。
CPT 加油！
Всем, кто верит и болеет за нас, всем привет, ребята. Держим кулачки, мы будем рвать.
Друзья, болейте за нас так, как вы болели за нас на европейском турнире, и мы постараемся снова сделать невозможное.
Be my dude.
ก็ถ้าชนะได้อันดับ1นะครับก็ส่วนหนึ่งก็จะเอาไปให้แม่ครับผมแล้วก็เก็บไว้เป็นค่าทุนการศึกษาของเราด้วยกระโดดลืมตัวเพี้ยงโทรศัพท์อะไรอย่างนี้ก็ได้อะไรอย่างนี้กระโดดแบบดีใจว่าได้แชมป์อะไรอย่างนี้
Illuminate Fantasy Future
태국에 있는 RRQ라는 팀은 플레이를 되게 부드럽게 잘 풀어나간다라고 생각을 했습니다. 아무래도 코리아 팀, 한국 팀들이 가장 경계가 많이 됐고요. 유력하게 선수는 제가 봤을 때 리퍼라는 선수가 가장 위협이 될 것 같습니다. 지스타 경기에서는 되게 활약을 하셨던데 세계 대회에서는 아마도 저한테 빨리 죽지 않을까 생각을 합니다. 파이팅 하세요. 네, 이길 자신 있습니다.
갤럭시 가자!
Team Galaxy there representing Korea at the very end, and Samsung in general, actually, which is always nice to see here, as our tournament is brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9. And of course, we're going down to the nitty-gritty of things, as it's going to be our final game of the day, other than RRQ, which we've talked about forever, very, very much so earned talking about them because they have been so dominant. But beyond that, LH and GT are really the teams that we're kind of focusing on and looking at as the teams that could potentially try and upset, but they've still got a lot of work if they want to try and catch up.
They've got a lot of work to do. They've got those 2 and 3 spots right now kind of in their firm grasp. CPT lurking right outside, though they had that poor performance last game, getting knocked out 20th. But it's going to be anybody's ball game for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th right now. First,
yeah, and
seems
CPT is actually one of the teams that I'm going to be looking forward to this game specifically because they pretty much got knocked out so early in the last match. I want to see what they can actually go ahead and do in this last game.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to get into our last game of the day. It's going to be game number 8. Keep an eye out for RRQ, because if they get 4 in a single day, it's absolutely unfathomable. But for now, let's head over to PBN7 for all the action.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of day number 2. I know you are hype at home, and wait until you see this plane pad PB, and as always, that plane is gonna go ahead and pass by and drop a nice Samsung Galaxy Note 9. Make sure you go ahead and check it out because I've been playing with it, and boy,
I've been playing with it as well. It's super, super smooth for this game. We've got a nice little phone flow through the arena. Look at that, a little different perspective this time, checking around the back of it. Wowzers indeed. Here we go, RRQ being the focus of the plane, and we'll see where they drop this time.
The plane pad is pretty much actually going to go in a little bit north. Interesting stuff. I want to see what LH.U and CPT do, as it is a little bit farther away from where they're used to landing. But overall, teams like GT.U are going to go ahead and just be right on the spot. Also, Wildcard that we saw do great in the last game. Can they go ahead and continue to go pretty much do that? Lucifer being able to go ahead and knock out 3 players by himself, and then the whole team just finishing off everybody.
Looks like RRQ is going to be going to Pachinki, and they're possibly going to have some company.
Yeah, they're definitely going to go. Something that we actually don't see that often. RRQ taking the center area there with Pachinki. Surprised by that. They might start getting more comfortable. They might start playing like their style that they're used to, which I'm looking forward to seeing that. Are they going to go ahead and continue to get the win, though, is what it comes down to. And luckily for them, nobody, and absolutely nobody besides them, is landing Pachinki.
Indeed, we've got Yasnaya once again occupied by Evos, and it looks like we've got the familiar CPT going down south, as well as LH looking to go south as well. It all depends on what kind of vehicles they can find.
As we do see Cloud9 very close by BTR, they're going to go ahead and just try to fight out this car. Whoever gets this one first is going to be huge, especially if for some reason Cloud9 decides to go ahead and turn around on that compound. It might not be a good idea because BTR was able to get there first, and they're more than likely going to have some guns, and all Cloud9 has to show off is just a car. Look at that. BTR just letting them know we're here, even if it is with a pistol. Back up a little bit.
That P93 is showing some 9mm that way, and C9 happy to just get out of town, and they're going to go find a compound to loot up at. That's one thing that I'm noticing. C9 really kind of having a poor showing on the looting aspect. So early in games, they're just kind of being forced off of popular loot spots, driving around right now to maybe Novo. They might be going south here.
It's going to be interesting if it is.
I mean, we might see LH.U down there already. I'm not sure. It looks like they have actually beaten them across.
LH.U is right behind them. So it's going to go ahead and be who gets to Novo first. And this is what I like to see. Cloud9 is known for going Novo. They're going for something that they're comfortable with, and they are going to go ahead and be able to beat LH.U to it if they keep going at this speed. LH.U sees that. That's pretty much the case. I don't think they're going to go ahead and challenge.
I do. They're going to go to the
They're actually going to go for it.
They're going to go to the north side of, the south side of
Interesting plays here by LHW. Even though they see another team nearby, they're still gonna go for it. And look at this, both of the teams just going in. LHW doesn't care. Another team, don't even worry about it. We want those kills, baby. This is gonna be something to look out for.
They are happy to fight for it. They're going to loot up here just like usual, but this is what I was talking about with Cloud9. Happy to see them challenging for some decent loot rather than roaming around the fields trying to loot up little houses, solos. They're taking the team. They're going to loot up a popular spot. I'm really curious to see how this works out.
Something that they're a little bit more used to, and they have to watch out because, as you mentioned, LHW is going to be towards the south, and Carnage already with an M4. He doesn't have any helmets or any armor, so more than likely needs to go ahead and find those before he takes on LHW. As we know, they're known for getting the kills. And look at this, RRQ just getting everything to their advantage, getting Pachinki all to themselves. As we've seen here, Full Send already pretty much getting knocked there, one of the players from Full Send. And we go back to LHW and C9 as C9 is just clearing those crates.
You're probably going to see them stay down on the ground level quite a bit. They want to keep their location hidden as long as possible from the enemy. As soon as you give out intel on your location, these guys like to swarm. They like to set up flanks, and they are quite good at it. You can see Ace on the top of the roof right now looking for just that. He's looking for intel, looking for these other guys. He's got his UMP. He really doesn't have a lot of stuff on him, level 1 helmet, level 1 vest, but he's just there to point out where the enemies are for his teammates.
In another fight here between KWCD and Wildcard. We saw Wildcard coming hot in that last game. Can they go ahead and continue that trend as KWCD currently has one of their players knocked down? Wildcard deciding not to push yet as it is early in the game. They might not have what they need, right? But KWCD using that to their advantage. They're going to go ahead and just pick up that player, and look at this. The Japanese team has Ali Pocket from Full Send pretty much cornered. They're going to try to get there from every angle possible.
They sure are. They've kind of staked their claim in Severny so far, and with a lot of these neutral plane paths, that's been reachable for the most part. So Japan able to, claim their territory and protect it here. They've got 2 kills already to their name, taking out 2 members of Full Send, trying to close down on Ali Pocket right now, and they're doing a tremendous job of closing down that gap.
And something we have seen there done by Ali Pocket before, just waiting in the corner. Here we go, Nanatu comes in. Oh, Ali Pocket, he's able to take her out. Ali Pocket is gonna go ahead and finish somebody there from the Japanese team and get 1 kill for them. That is good. I think that might be the 2nd kill of the tournament.
That was a really, really rough go, but Nanatu's got to check that corner when he comes into the room. That was something that you do in every house like that. That corner room is the only place you can really hide upstairs. So you got to check your corners when you come into the room. He pays for it, but unfortunately, in the process of vaulting out the window, he gets stuck in the window and is finished off. I was surprised to see him get finished there.
And luckily for Hershey, they have an AR, and as we noticed, another teammate there from Full Send, they only have a pistol, so more than likely, she is hoping that nobody comes in through that roof.
Taki's not making that mistake. Look at him pre-firing corners at this point.
They learn. They definitely learn as he is using the shotgun at the moment. And look at this. GTW against Gainstar. Sute once again starting to overextend a little bit there from his teammates. He has to watch out because it's super close to GTW. And another thing to point out, LHW is also still in Noble with Cloud9.
CPT free to loot up military base all by themselves. Once again, military base has a load of good loot, so probably why they're consistently placing well in these final circles. CPT really having a free run at one of the best spots on the map.
Nobody challenging them as we see Carnage just pretty much waiting patiently, trying to hear any footsteps. He does have the Scar L now and also the Tommy gun. We saw the Tommy gun being used earlier as now LHW is starting to hunt down Cloud9. Interesting place here by them because they won the early engagement, and that's something I love seeing. Early engagements, especially if you have the loot and you can definitely back it up. Look at them. They're just tracing them.
Carnage is in trouble.
To be fair, Cloud9 is starting to rotate, except for Carnage. Carnage is going to have to pretty much clutch a 1v4 here as LHW finds that flare gun that they're known for, and they're more than likely going to go ahead and try to find some more loot, or if not a vehicle, because they are currently outside the zone.
Yeah, they are not going anywhere, are they? Firing off a flare gun, and they aren't planning on rotating away from these guys. They're going to stake their claim. They're going to fight for it.
Yeah, they're there to stay. They've been going there the whole tournament, so more than likely they're not going to be going anywhere else. As we see GG and Galaxy very close by. GG, Amesh, Note9, sees somebody from the Galaxy team. Is he going to go ahead and take this shot? He has to watch out. He gets actually hit first. He has to watch out because another player from Galaxy is going to go ahead and come out from the top right-hand side.
This is a really random spot to be fighting. Look at the buggy scoot in. Wow, the tricks, it didn't really pay off for him. Galaxy hiss from up on the ridge. Sala with a valiant effort there doing the 180 pit stop, but instantly knocked him and Charisma. Now they're in a serious pickle.
GG there, just pretty much having, hey, you know what? It's our time to push. Boy, did it backfire as now 3 of their players are knocked down, and I'm looking forward to see if Galaxy is going to go ahead and finish them off because he has to watch out for Kuwait. Kuwait is very close by, and he is overlooking Galaxy Kong, which more than likely, I'm going to go ahead and say it, they might sacrifice him.
You know, Gur there looking, he knows exactly where the shots came from. He's going to see if he can get some finishes.
He's definitely getting shot more. He takes out those smoke grenades that they're known for, and he's going to go ahead and just smoke it up. He definitely wants to pick up his teammate. Great movement here, but surprising that Galaxy is not finishing the players from GG. You always want to go ahead and get those kills. As we're seeing this now, they're taking out their players. Meanwhile, Galaxy is saying, you know what, let's wait a little bit longer. I think we're going to go ahead and have them bleed out. But at the moment, you want those kills. You want those points. Galaxy now is starting to back up as Kuwait is pretty much holding them back.
I'm impressed here with these shots. M16 with a holographic sight on it from range. He's able to connect and get a finish as well as put pressure on Gur. What they're doing, though, is leaving those players up. There's only one guy left alive, and they know in order to have any chance at this game, he's got to revive him. So he's got to push down, and they know the path he's going to take, so they're just going to watch it.
And the Japanese team here engaging with BRK. BRK in a horrible spot here as all of the players are starting to go down. I believe that might be it for the BRK team. Pussy pushing forward. He gets knocked down there by the Japanese team. The Japanese team taking out BRK, PB.
Really strong showing from Team Japan to start off. 7 kills already. Whew. Wow, they came to play, did they not? And they also are down a member and still wrecking shop.
They definitely want to go ahead and get those kills. And look at this movement here by Cloud9. LHW still south, but they're going to be a little bit towards the east, and they're also going to be inside the zone. I think LHW is still looking forward to see where Cloud9 is at. And as we see Rolex starting to roll back around, baby, and trying to find that car, that vehicle, so they can get out of here. Are they going to go ahead and engage, or more than likely, they're actually going to go ahead and leave, especially since they are outside the vehicle. I mean, outside the zone.
I like it. He leaves, takes their car, and he's going to get out of Dodge. Really smart play here by C9. They're going to leave LH with fewer vehicles. I think they still may have one, but they're going to take that colorful UAZ. That's a pretty skin.
If you want to stand out, definitely go ahead and wear that. Look at that. Ooh, that fire. That fire. That's definitely from the Halloween event that we recently had in PUBG Mobile. Once again, if you haven't downloaded the game and you're watching at home, feel free to download it. It is free to download. And make sure if you do have a Samsung Galaxy Note 9, let us know. How's it like? How many kills have you been getting every single game? As Z9 Rolex decides, you know what, let's go ahead and, we don't want to go ahead and do one car. Let's do 2 cars instead. We see what happens if you stay just in one car, as Evos is just raining shots on somebody with a motorcycle. The Trace Evos just knocks him up. That motorcycle says, what do you think you're doing, boy? Back up a little bit. In Hot Jukes here in the pickle. He tries to go ahead and pick up one of his teammates. Interesting place as he's currently going up against GT Akan. GT.U keeping their eyesight on Hot Jukes and Wildcard.
Interesting spot in the sniper tower right now. He's able to try to smoke out his teammate, and look at that. He connects through the smoke, finishes off outside. A really nice job keeping the pressure up from Ed there. Wildcard in trouble here. Hot Jukes trying to make his way out of trouble, and they are caught in rotation, it looks like, by GT.U.
They are definitely caught. Hot Jukes actually was trying to hide behind that buggy, but it backfired because GT.U is starting to flank around. And look at this. Hot Jukes is telling his teammates, you guys need to come and pick me up. If not, you guys are going to have a nightmare here of a game, especially if you only have 2 players left. They need the kills. They definitely need the kills and the placement.
Looks like Chushi looks like he wants to push. He's a little unsure if his teammates want to leave that position.
This zone's going to be interesting. Up north, pretty much smack down the middle, a little bit to the east, but definitely up north. Rosshawk, Severny, shooting range. You got Yashnaya there. School barely in, and a lot of teams are starting to rotate. And Cloud9 is not even going to be able to wait there on the bridge. And look at this. Lucifer and Seagut are trying to go ahead and spot out. More than likely, they are going to go ahead and let Hot Jukes die there. It's not worth pretty much going back there and engaging GTW, especially if you already have 2 players down.
Definitely. I'm really kind of interested to see where LHW went. They were not on the map, so I'm curious if they grabbed a boat since some of their cars got stolen and headed up the shoreline.
It could be possible here as we got KWCD going up against BTR. Actually Torty. Torty with the big Russian bot. Are they going to be able to go in and take on this? Once again, the UMP coming into play. He has a red dot. This gun is great up close as we have been able to see it, as great as far away. Torty Broxy shooting there. He's going to be able to go ahead and connect some shots. He's able to go ahead and finish 2 there through the window. He has to watch out. You can't get too cocky. He should get in there, but instead he stays out for too long and gets knocked down himself by Evos, as Evos is just coming in to start cleaning up kills.
Watch Evos here as they approach this compound. They smell blood in the water. They know a squad's weak, and they just weakened the second one. They are going to try to take advantage like you wouldn't believe here. Bull Shark firing the Car 98 from range. Look at that. Connecting with Bro Dodger there.
Right on him with that Car 98. That was a beautiful shot, ladies and gentlemen. And Torty wants to go inside that house and finish up those kills for the big Russian bot squad. Look at them. They're trying to find an entrance. They also have to watch out for Evos, because Evos is definitely going to go ahead and turn around. And look at this. KWC going right behind them. He's not able to go ahead and connect those shots, but Torty definitely connecting those shots and being able to knock them down. Oh, the shots there by Evos.
Look at the angles. Look at the angles. Ernie drove all the way around to the ridge. I was just going to comment on another squad being up there, but it was actually Evos. Ernie, the leader, rotated all the way around to get an angle on these guys while his team crashed the compound. Beautifully done. Expert play from Evos here.
Great awareness there by Evos, as Evos is pretty much going to go ahead and come up and just knock down all these players. Ernie goes down. Ernie gets finished there by KWC June as more players are coming in. He is using that tummy gun. Can he go ahead and get the finish? He's still pre-firing. He turns around. One of the Evos players opens up that door and finish him off. He has to watch out though. Big Russian bot is still lurking around, but Evos with already 7 kills, pretty much getting the angles and cleaning up. If Torty even moves, they're gonna realize that he's there, and it's gonna be good night, Irene, baby.
You gotta feel a little bad for Ernie there, putting his team in such a great position, calling the the awesome move to push there, take advantage. They do find themselves on the winning end of a couple exchanges. Unfortunately, he goes down, gets a quick finish on him, trying to get that kill moving out of the compound here.
Definitely, and they're just looting. They're waiting patiently. Torty is just looking at that, looking from that corner. At least he doesn't have to worry about his back, although if they decided to, Evos could come around, jump in right next to him, and maybe make him push out. He does have this Car L, which is good, and he also has an extended mag right to his name. So if he needs to go ahead and take up more than one, he can just go ahead and do so.
Don't scope in whatever you do, bro.
Yeah, just hit fire.
Don't scope in. They're going to hear it. You can see him.
Hit fire. They jump down. He takes some shots. He gets knocked out there. Misses the shots as Evos Bull Shark jumped out. You had to connect those shots there, especially because you're the last one for your team.
Felt like it was a little premature on the trigger. He heard multiple sets of footsteps there, and he took a poor shot on the target that he did select. Obviously that's a difficult position to be in with 3 people surrounding you, and he was just trying to make the best of a bad situation there. But ultimately he goes down. Another squad polished off.
It is what it is, as we see Hero with the name 4 driving around, getting to the safe zone as fast as he can, and more than likely he's going to go ahead and start rotating towards the compound or something that he's more comfortable with. And LHW, interesting place here by LHW, as they are just now starting to move out of that South Island. Interesting place for sure there by them.
They went down south and looted up the small buildings, as they always do. Zone played no factor at all. They did not care.
They didn't, and they actually went a different bridge. I haven't actually seen them take that bridge before. More than likely, they
did it a couple games ago.
They might have thought that Cloud9 might wait for them, but that wasn't the case. And also, they remember CPT was waiting for them earlier. And look at this. We got Seagut against BTR. BTR very close by. Seagut currently getting huge kill there by Seagut. He has to watch out because BTR is going to go ahead and start pushing forward. Great awareness there. He starts healing up as soon as he can, and BTR just backs up.
They're going to leave.
They don't want anything to do with that.
They don't understand that that's not a full squad there. They You know, they just know that one of their guys was out front, got picked off and finished. They're probably not aware that Wildcard only has 2 members left.
Don't want any of that in Digest. Naya, wow, what a hardship. Pretty much every single team besides CPT, Illuminate, and Hero are outside. And look at this, Cloud9 barely.
Cloud9's going to tip their cap to PUBG gods right here and say thank you, because that's a very nice zone for them, especially with the way they rotated. They've got an easy path in.
They do, and look at this. They're just pretty much trying to figure out how do we want to go ahead and handle this. We do have the height advantage here. We just need to go ahead and push a little bit more towards the zone. We have the vehicles as well, so they definitely have the advantage here. They also need to start getting more kills, though. They currently have 0 kills because their placements hasn't been that good. They need to get more points if they want to be on that big money, PB.
Going to pick up their last comrade, Sam, here. We'll see if they go snag him or if he's got his own vehicle. But they will be moving around to try to grab position. Hero already positioned in the zone. It looks like got a nice little warehouse compound here.
As we also see here, I was seeing Game Stars, and look at this, Evo's getting some shots there on RRQ. RRQ with one of the players down early. Is he going to go ahead and try to finish them off? He is trying to. RRQ.
Look at how they snap to his aid.
Yep, they don't want him to go down.
Oh,
and
look at the
Evos
push.
Is going to go ahead and push. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready because here comes the push by Evos. RRQ starting to back up a little bit more. They also have to watch out there for Game Stars. Evos just starting to snipe them from afar. Look at this. The M16 with the 4-time. That is just deadly. And
they landed the Car 98 shot there on Senior.
He
gets him again. Connects with the M16, knocks him, and Bull Shark landing a shot on Senior. They are in serious trouble now.
They were able to go ahead and flank. Look at Evo's X there, just at the top of that hill, draining those shots. Great plays there by him, getting those angles. If only imagine if Gangstars was to push this right now. They might be able to go ahead and clear up some kills there from RRQ, but then they would have to worry about Evos lurking around.
Look at X all the way up on the hill, top left portion of your screen. Really love the angles that Evos creates when they're taking on these squad fights. But remember, they did lose one of their players. Ernie went down a little bit earlier, thirsted over that last compound, so they can't be quite as aggressive as they normally are. And guess what? They're going to choose to rotate away. They want to get out of the red zone. They do not want to risk getting killed by that bomb zone and getting RNG'd out of the tournament.
Interesting plays there by him. If they did have a compound nearby, so they could have just went into the compound. And look at this. They just passed Game Stars as Spyra and Angry are waiting patiently. Interesting plays there by Evos as they decided not to go ahead and just kill RRQ or at least push the action for a second there. I thought they were going to go ahead and do so, but hey, it is something that we've seen before, right?
I like what they're doing.
RRQ there not killed earlier Evos and just decides to back up and not finish them off.
They're driving around the field right now trying to find shots from somebody, trying to figure out what locations people are in, and this is a little bit interesting. Gangstars huddling around a shack right now out in the middle of nowhere, hoping to get the zone. We'll see what happens. RRQ is going to be left to get picked back up, and we'll see if that move comes back to haunt everybody, including Evos later on. Wouldn't it be interesting if they were able to come back and win yet another one with 3 players?
It will be interesting as they do have GTW passing by. They're pretty much just trying to see what suit you got on. Let me see if I can get an angle on you, and if I can, I am going to go ahead and push you. I think they're just trying to get different angles here, PB. They noticed that one of the cars is leaving, and you know what? They're saying, let's just go ahead and leave it. Let's go somewhere else. Let's find a compound that we can go ahead and take over.
Yeah, you see at the same time he's looking back and he notices RRQ kind of taking off from the compound, noticing that they're going to be on the move as well. Not worth setting up a perimeter there and trying to keep him contained. RRQ content to move, grab some trees. They're going to set up shop, trying to make the best of what they can as all the compounds are likely already taken. Now we see Team Terror here making an approach on Illuminate from Thailand. This is going to be really interesting to see how this develops. Will Terror finally get on the aggressive and start trying to capture some kills?
If they were able to get those kills right there, it would be huge. As we saw earlier, Amit being able to win and get a high place in there for Team Terror from India. Look at this. Torpedo is actually starting to put the action a little bit more. One thing that I'm seeing here is they're both pushing towards the same place. They need to start flanking around. They can't just be going towards the same angles. You want to get different angles on this squads. He does have the VSS, but they're being timid once again. They're backing up. They're already inside the car. And look, interesting places there by him. It seems like they weren't communicating. One of them gets inside the car, and the other two just pretty much stay up there trying to find more people.
Lucifer content just to watch from the sidelines right now. Wildcard a little bit exposed out there, and Terror seemingly not focused out behind them at all until now.
Terror now
Korea
turning
sees-
around. They
oh,
see
he sees them.
Wildcard. They see Seagut. Seagut needs to go ahead and jump into the car as soon as possible. And as we see that there, Wildcard is trying to make it like bandits. You don't want the gunfight. And now that Terror has shot those, guess what? Illuminate is gonna turn around and say, "Hey there, we've been waiting for you."
Indeed, it's one of those things that you might want to fire some shots on that car you see out there in the middle of the field. They are incredibly exposed. Maybe you land one, maybe you knock them out, but you also give away your position and the element of surprise here. So Illuminate definitely knows they're coming. Wildcard content to try to stay on the edge and work their way in, again, holding out for a higher placement.
And Katarina pretty much just being a Bush Wookie there. You currently watching at home, spam some Bush Wookies in the chat as GTW just passes her. They have zero clue that she's there. And Terror Squad is gonna be in a pickle here. If for some reason GTW sees them and Illuminate still sees them as well, they're gonna go ahead and take those shots. And look at this. Ooh, come on. You know you want to take that shot. You have the AWM. Just take one shot, knock one down, and that's all she wrote. There you go. That's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The Terror Squad getting so much shots, getting that kill, getting aggressive for Team India.
There we go.
And that's something I love seeing.
Oh, but behind them, GTW is going to take advantage, knock a couple. Oh, this is trouble now.
This is definitely some trouble. GTW heard those shots, and now Team Terror, after being aggressive, they're on the defensive here. Gets shot down. Six got barely being able to go and finish off that person, and I think that might be E there.
That's it.
Oh my gosh.
Quick work. GTW just swooped in, knocked them right off the face of the map. Well, Terror did get one kill to their name with that AWM. It's a beautiful shot. Took his time, lined it up, got the finish. But GT was like, nah, we're not listening
As
to
we
this.
see that replay there, not missing a single shot, making sure he got both of those skills. And now GTW is going to go ahead and find out Eliminate. As we see here, Lucifer starting to shoot into Gangstar, some North America to North America action. And Lucifer is going to go ahead and try to get these kills. He's going to start pushing a little bit towards the edge and trying to get his angle on him. And now we're switching to Eliminate and GTW. As we also see LHW getting some kills and CPT getting some kills on Carnage and Cloud9.
Really good action right now. We got shots being fired. Wildcard really looking like they're in trouble right now. Another alm shot there by CPT, taking out Rolex. Looks like GT is content to fire some shots out into the open, and so is RRQ here.
RRQ currently with just 2 players up. One of them got knocked down earlier, and one of them got actually eliminated. And look at this. They're just pretty much watching that area as Suze and the Gangster Squad is very close by. And look at this push here by BTR. Seeing Evil, he's going to get that finish. He wants those skill points, but now he's starting to get shot from inside. He lays down, he blows up the car, and Evo's just trying to make sure they stay alive a little bit more as they only have 2 players left. And GT Akan with that AWM just knocking out Lucifer and telling them, you know what, go back to the lobby.
Man, really impressive stuff from BTR. They're coming up, securing the kill, getting the finish, and also managing not to get knocked themselves. King stays alive. He's able to patch himself up. Zuxi is down. They're playing with 3 players now, and you can see RRQ. We got D2E fighting, but he's also low HP, going to try to patch himself up.
And GTW currently outside the circle, Cloud9 outside the circle as well. A lot of teams with this hard shift southeast outside the circle, they need to go ahead and start working on positioning. We see teams like LHW already in the circle. Can they go ahead and get some of their skills with that grenade thrown?
Seagut's in trouble.
Seagut currently by himself. It would be better if he just got in that car and get out of there, because you are not going to be able to take on to that many teams. It's not just one team. It is multiple teams around Seagut. Just get in that car and bounce, baby.
I don't know, man. If he gets in that car and leaves at this point with this many people around, it's going to be trouble for him. That's going to get exploded and quick. But maybe he might have some angles here to escape. Tough to say. Evo's X is doing that exact thing, leaving Bull Shark behind, but he's going to take off, distract some fire. CPT getting some shots in here. They have really good position at the upper part of this mountain. They're looking down, trying to get some shots in some advantageous position here.
CPT does have to watch out because LHW was coming up, and I'm interested there. CPT took some shots on LHW. They heard shots up north, and they just turned around, and now they're going to go ahead and try to engage their Cloud9. And look at this, RRQ versus Evo's passing by. Luckily for them, it's only just 1 player inside the car, so you can't shoot and drive at the same time. They're going to go ahead and move around as we see Kodo there get a knock with the DP28. Can he get the finish? That's what it's all about. And we do have an airdrop super nearby. RRQ trying to work on their positioning, trying to get that back-to-back-to-back wins in day number 2.
Really good positioning here from RRQ using that cliff side, but they have company behind them, in front of them. This is pretty hectic right now. Japan's Doggy goes down to the play zone. And there is the nades coming in from Bull Shark. This is going to be trouble.
Evo's just raining nades, raining bullets. And look at this. They are able to go ahead and knock down some people. CPT knocking some people down there from Illuminate. There comes more grenades, more shots as CPT is trying to go ahead and take down Illuminate and Evo's currently trying to fight RRQ. Evo's trying to get an angle on him. He sees one. He takes him out. Evo 6 wants more kills. He's not able to see him because he has the smoke, but he has to watch out. Senior is known to just maybe laying on the ground and being able to destroy you, and Wildcard actually get taken out there by the play zone.
Superior position here from Evo, but they really can't do a whole lot about it. Picking up his buddy here. Look at all the lines of sight all the way around here. Everybody can see up to that cliffside, but as long as nobody's paying attention, he might be able to sneak off a revive. RRQ at the bottom of the cliff here, trying to patch themselves up, trying to find better position. They need to try to start to work their way around, it looks like, to take on Evo, so they're just going to continue to get picked apart from directly above them.
Evo's just as you mentioned that. Evo's X tries to lay down, and they're just raining it on them. Interesting plays there as Evo's X was picking up Bull Shark. Evo's Bull Shark just dropped the smoke for him. So love seeing that teamwork there. They are definitely communicating with each other, letting them know, hey, tell me what you got so I can go ahead and help you out. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have 7 teams left. Get hyped because this is the final game of day number 2, and it's about to get crazy as we see RRQ starting to blow out their cars. They need those to their advantage, and they definitely need something because they only have 2 players left.
Their position's crazy. I mean, they're in such a great spot right now in the circle. The cliff is definitely an advantage for the teams above them, but now Evo's down to 1 member. CPT pushing in from the backside, the highest team up on the hill. CPT looking like they're in the most commanding position of anyone.
And something that we haven't actually heard much of, LHW getting one of the players knocked there. And look at this, LHW just sneaking around, trying to not get spotted by CPT. If CPT starts taking his shots, they might be able to go ahead and eliminate their LHW, as LHW Ace is barely in this zone, and with smokes next to him.
Still clinging to life down there as RRQ. You've got LHW in it, you've got CPT in it. Again, a lot of the same familiar faces each and every game.
And here comes the shot. CPT just pretty much shooting blindly there as the LHW player is inside the circle. And now they're starting to move forward. They want to go ahead and find everybody.
Look at this, Hero is still in it as well. 8 people left. Now, this is a little bit interesting. Hero finally cracking the top 3 here. Really nice performance from them, but they want more. Doc down at the bottom, Kenris down at the bottom. Looking at RRQ right now, and CPT again, really commanding position, but they do not have the circle. They find Hero first, and oh my goodness, is Hero going to get knocked, leaving RRQ in the top 2?
CPT looking dominant here as they do have 2 players left. Here comes the smoke grenades, and CPT, one of the teams that I mentioned, I wanted to go ahead and see what they did. They're going to get in that vehicle, and they're going to go ahead and start pushing as CPT is able to go ahead and clear their RRQ. RRQ is not going to be able to get there. The wins, every single win, they're not going to do it. It's going to look like CPT might be able to do it as they're pushing Hero.
CPT's got firm command of this when they drive down to the vehicles to get position, but they are going to be without weapons for a second. Doc gets knocked. It's down to a 4v1. CPT in firm control. Kenris all by himself. He gets seen. 762 knows exactly where he's at, has the AWM, lands a shot on his feet. Little HP left, and it's time to push. CPT from China.
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. CPT getting that easy win towards the end as they were able to just go ahead and clear everybody on that area. CPT looking strong and recovering after they finished in the 20th spot in the previous game.
Now only 2 kills for RRQ Athena, but I can't say enough about their position, their patience, their perseverance. They made the top 3 when they really shouldn't have. They were out of position, out of the circle, a man down, and they still, with people right above them, their bitter rival, no less, Evos from Thailand, they still managed to outlast their rivals and make it into the top 3.
CPT taking the final game of the day, though, in the end. Well played by them. Some unconventional circles compared to what we've seen so far throughout the tournament, up towards Stalber, and in the end, CPT had a great spot 7 to be able to play out the rest of that
They
situation.
definitely did. They pretty much have the height advantage the whole time. We saw them being able to eliminate their LHW, being able to eliminate RRQ, and then once they did that, once they knew that it was only like a 1v1 in regards to teams, they just pushed the action. They knew they were only going up against 2. They had their whole squad ready, and they did just that, and they secured the win, and pretty much did a great showing. That's something I love seeing. I love seeing comebacks. That team didn't do so well in the last game, as I mentioned earlier. They came and showed, hey, you know what? That was kind of like a fluke. Don't worry about it. Here we go. Let's get this win and go into day number 3 with some momentum.
Nothing like a worst to first story right there. CPT going from 20th all the way to first. Really good stuff from them. You saw Evos looking like they were in a commanding position, firing down on RRQ's Athena. It looked like Evos had everything going for them. The shots were falling, and then all of a sudden, CPT had gotten there early. They had gotten there higher, and they were able to rain down on Evo's parade and end their game.
And CPT is our second multi-time chicken dinner winner. Wow, that rhymed. For this overall, and we do have them, with them taking the second round yesterday, obviously, now taking this round as well. Let's check in with the highlights, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9.
As we see them just pretty much dancing away, getting ready, the team full send, just having a lot of fun, as we're seeing right there. They're definitely not getting the placing, so as a team, as Bandy mentioned there earlier, you know what? We're just gonna have fun with this.
And indeed they are having fun. RRQ Athena means all business, though, as they pick up another very high placing. Not a lot of kills to their name this time, but they're not spreading that at all. Look at that. Ollie out the window, in the window. Unfortunately gets knocked. Ollie Pocket, though, securing one of the few kills that Full Send has got in this tournament.
And Ollie Pocket there with that great kill. And this actually pushed by Galaxy. It was great. It was smart. They were able to go in and take on GG and being able to go in and finish them off as well. But then they had to back up a little bit as Kawhi was coming in. And this push here by BRK. BRK, one of the teams that we thought we expected a lot of. But sadly for them, it wasn't that well. And Evo's just shooting that player, knocking him out of a motorcycle. Yep, that was my reaction too. Just clap a little bit for that because the aim was insane.
Oh, look at this. This is how it went down earlier with Outsider GT. Man, that's just a tough way to go out. You hit a jump in a buggy, you get shot out of it, you really never stood a chance. Tough to see there for Wildcard. But RRQ here, out in the field, and like we mentioned at that point in time, would it come back to bite them? Yep, should have finished them. RRQ able to last longer than Evos. Evos had a chance to finish him off way earlier out in that field.
Definitely did, and then we go back to Evos and just trying to pretty much finish off RRQ. Luckily for RRQ, CPT was pretty much at the height advantage, and right here the finish, ladies and gentlemen. As he's trying to heal up, he doesn't realize that his feet are sticking out. Look at him stretching and say, easy claps, baby.
Little neck crack, I got this.
That's right, absolutely. Impressive stuff overall in the end by CPT. And it's a big deal for them because obviously first place $200,000, but second place, etc., $100,000. And for CPT coming into today, they were third place. LH and GT had taken them over up until potentially now, so it could have some shake-up in the standings.
They had some great kills to their name that particular round, but more importantly, they got the chicken dinner, and that's their second one now. Again, like you said, the second multi-time chicken dinner winner, and that's very, very key because that allows them to potentially jump over the placement of GT and LHW. Those guys seem to have a ton of kills, but again, remember, CPT's been putting together a heck of a run so far this tournament. Tons of kills. The only thing they have working against them is that 120th ranked finish.
And then towards the end of the day here, something I want to go ahead and point out is we really weren't hearing much of LHW or GTW. They kind of just faded a little bit away, and that's, I'm pretty sure RRQ has maybe passed them in the most kills overall for the tournament, and I wouldn't be surprised if CPT brings in that momentum from getting that win for day number 3, the final day tomorrow, and go ahead and try to get some more wins so they can maybe get to that second place. I'm not sure if they'll be able to get to the first place, but more than likely, they'll definitely be trying.
Yeah, really cool to see. And also cool to see the adaptation from some of our teams here when it came to that plane, which was a bit more difficult compared to some of the other planes. We kind of wanted to see a more difficult plane because everything had been so easy for people to drop in the locations that they wanted. So LH and C9 going all the way down to Nova was cool.
That was the one thing I wanted to point out as well. It was really nice to see Cloud9 kind of make an emphasis of getting together, grouping up, going after some loot in a decent decent location instead of random houses all over the place. Split up, and then you run the risk of getting picked off like Rolex did the previous game. This game, they went down, looted up Novo, actually stole some cars from LH2U. Didn't seem to affect them too much, but again, at the end, it didn't seem to help out their placement super high. I believe they went out in 12th place, maybe 11th once again, but again, C9 failing to crack the top 10.
And it's a good point that you actually mentioned there with them going out of that position, because they did have a good spot up on Salva, similar to what we saw from CPT. But let's check in with all the stats for our day number 2 as a whole. Team kill results from the whole tournament. Let's see, LH2U at the moment up at the top with 79. RRQ Athena just trailing behind a little bit, 7, with just 3 less.
You know, just 76. That is so many kills there. And they're also being able to put up the wins for it. And hey, don't shy away from it, because GTW is 59 and CPT is 58. And then in the 5th spot, far away, Evo's Burnout with 35 kills.
Exactly. You see the big divide between 4th and 5th, and that's where so many of these points have been coming from for that overall leaderboard.
Really, 15 points per kill is absolutely massive, and with these 4 teams at the top putting up kills like they are, that's really what's setting the pace for them. As you can see, obviously with those teams having so many kills, I mean, look at this. LH2U with 3 members in the top 10, GTW again with their several members in the top 10. Man, really solid stuff from them. And then RRQ Athena with 3 members in the top 5?
That's unheard of. Yeah. They have been pretty much just dominating the kills and dominating anything. Something I'm definitely going to want to go ahead and see and look forward to tomorrow is LH2U trying to get those wins. They're getting the kills, but they are not getting the wins.
Definitely, as we take a look further onto these rankings here. CPT just crawling on up quite nicely, and we can even see 762 at the moment here with 8 kills going into that match. So big plays coming out from him. Bullshark on the other side, though, as one of our highlighted players, doing quite a bit of work. I think he had one of the arms, actually.
He did. Both of those players did. 762 did as well. It was a really impressive game from both of those players. As you can see, squad kills 14 and 12 respectively. 8 to 5 in the kill count, and the superior kills mean the superior placement. Chicken dinner to CPT.
It definitely is, and I'm so happy that they were able to go ahead and bring that back. And something that we didn't even see yesterday. At least we're seeing one of the NA teams there, actually 2 of the NA teams there in the top 10. Yesterday on TPP, they weren't even close. Now Gangstar's there in the 7th spot, Wildcard in the 10th spot. How are they gonna go ahead and bounce back on the final day? They're more than likely gonna be so far away here after round 8.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that have been eliminated from contention as far as prize pool is concerned. At least all teams are going to be taking home a prize of some sort. We're talking the big money up there at the top 1, 2, and 3 spots. A lot of teams eliminated from the top 3 at this point. We'll take a look at the total standings here in just a moment. But as you guys can see, CPT, sizable gap between 1st and 2nd after round 8 here.
Very interested to see how the ultimate standings are looking, because no doubt RRQ is going to be leading the pack, and right now the fight for between 2nd and 4th is going to be very fierce indeed, I think, Seb.
It is going to go ahead and be intense. I wonder if they're going to go ahead and start pushing a little bit more of the action towards the beginning. We thought we were going to see LH2U and Cloud9 fight each other, and look at this. Pushed by CPT as they take care there of the 2nd spot. They had a bad game, but they say, you know what, just brush it up, guys. We still got another game here today, and they came out with the win, and they move on to the 2nd spot. Still 1,300 points away from RRQ Athena.
Very difficult to deal with there. RRQ Athena absolutely stealing the show, but CPT has been able to bump GT and LH down here in the 2nd day. Overall, PB, what do you make of it?
I really think that it's more of the same all day long today. The placements, again, we're seeing Thailand, we're seeing China, top 1 through 6. It hasn't changed at all. We've seen some shakeups a little bit down south of the rankings, but again, our top team, RRQ Athena, still holding strong at the top with 3 first place today, 1 third place today. CPT getting their 2nd chicken dinner, sneaking into that 2nd spot just ahead of LH2U and GTW, both of whom have had amazing tournaments, have not placed poorly at all. So really impressive stuff from all 3 or 4 of those teams, rather, in this tournament so far.
I think that was actually very impressive. Not only the 3 first places, that's pretty impressive, so I'll put that over there for a moment. But the 3rd place, given the harsh circumstances that RRQ was in 7 in that last game, was impressive as well.
They pretty much blew up their own car, used that as cover, also threw smoke grenades and then just pretty much let it play it out. They were waiting patiently. They didn't have to push for anything. They knew they didn't have the numbers, and at that moment, as we seen it, and it works because we literally just saw it, they waited and they pretty much got really good placement with just 2 players.
A little help from CPT above them. Evos was trying to rain on their parade, but Evos was the one that actually had their parade rained on by CPT. Coming down the mountainside there, shooting them up, and it ended up just being 1 player left from Evos, and he was unable to do anything else to RRQ. RRQ outlasted them. Evos probably wanted that one back with them out in the exposed field. Could have killed him earlier, and they let him live.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, let's head down to our final interview of the day as CPT takes the final chicken dinner.
Thank you, Colaris. We're back here on stage with CPT's 762, finally picking up the victory. We're going to ask him a couple of questions. You finally stopped the reign of RRQ and have taken a big win at the end of the day here. How does that feel to end the day on a good note like that?
没什么感受吧，慢慢来吧。
We don't really feel anything, just let it be.
Okay, short and sweet. I suppose that's a good attitude to have going into the 3rd and final day. And speaking of which, you've secured 2nd place right now. You're very close to making it up towards the top. What are you guys going to do to prepare to come in for tomorrow and try to take that victory?
Tomorrow we'll keep working hard and try to win as much as possible.
Okay, well that's good to hear. I hope they do as well as they possibly can, trying to catch up to RRQ currently in 2nd place. Let's give a round of applause for CPT and 762 for putting up a good showing there at the end of the day. So thank you guys for the interview. So that's going to do it for now, guys. I'm going to hand it back to Colaris. Thank you for joining me on the stage here all day. But thank you. We'll send it back right now.
Thank you very much, Valdez. Overall, geez, he couldn't shut him up, could he? 762, quite the chat box. But no, regardless. Overall, them taking the chicken dinner at the very end. The 2-time chicken dinner winners here for the days number 1 and 2 so far. Good stuff from them, securing themselves 2nd place. It's going to be difficult to get up to that 1st place. But if anybody could do it, it would be a team that has got multiple chicken dinners under their belts so far.
Indeed it would. CPT in a great position to kind of climb the ladder. But again, as you saw, CPT getting 20th place themselves, and all it takes is 1 game, 1 challenge not to work out in your favor early on. RRQ could suffer that fate tomorrow once, twice, 3 times. It could happen.
If that happened.
It could happen. Not likely, but it could.
If for some reason they go out super early, we can definitely see CPT make a push there, especially if they start getting the kills as we just saw, and also getting the wins. That can definitely be one of those teams that pushes forward. As we have seen, LHW and GTW can get the kills, but they just can't get the wins behind it.
Something we didn't quite highlight from our final game as well, which is a slightly anomaly compared to what we've seen so far, is Team Hero getting 2nd place. A great finish for them.
Definitely, they've been looking to get that finish. Europeans champions Hero really walked their way through the European finals. Not a whole lot of competition there, and it looked like the European finalists are back in the driver's seat here after 2nd place finish.
Sure, actually, you make a really good point there. If you look back at the, kind of the earlier stages of their campaign in the European regional from Team Hero, they were dominating. And then the 2nd day or whatever, as the tournament progressed on, they didn't need to do too much. So they definitely have the chops to really continue pulling off those kind of top finishes.
They definitely did, and I was able to talk to them yesterday, and they wanted to go ahead and get the action. So I'm looking forward to see what they can go ahead and do in day number 3 tomorrow, baby.
All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for joining me at the analysis desk. And thank you for joining us at home as well. Make sure to tune in same time, same place tomorrow. At the moment, it's all RRQ. Who's going to be able to topple the kings atop the mountain? We shall see you tomorrow for more PUBG Mobile Star Challenge Global Finals action.
To get to
the mountain, get to you. I called the preacher, get to you. I walked through fire, get to you. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, brother, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, never gonna stop. Yeah, I swam the river to get to you. I climbed the mountain to get to you. I called the preacher to get to you. I'd walk through fire to get to you. Of all the things I've done and I'll do, yeah. The new Galaxy Note 9 has more power than you need. Like a remote control for a phone. Why would you... Oh, that's why. The new Galaxy Note 9. It's got more power than you need until you need it.